All rise. District Court's now in session. Honorable Stephen W. Boyce, Judge presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. I believe we're ready to start with additional evidence. So, Mr. Bailiff, if you would please have the jurors brought in.
All right, please. President Jennifer, for your honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. All right. Good morning, everyone. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We're continuing with the state's case in chief. Officer Stubs is on the stand and was previously sworn. I'll note that the jurors are all presently accounted for and properly seated. The court has received the juror affirmations from each of the jurors that are here present today, indicating they've continued to follow the court's admonition as it relates to not following or looking into or investigating the case. So thank you again for returning and for following the court's instruction. I'll also just briefly address the schedule for today. We are going to go past lunch, but not until we typically break in the afternoon, and we're intending to stop sometime around 2 or 2:30 perhaps, just for reasons the court stated to counsel in a sidebar before we started. So with that, I will inquire briefly of the witness because we had the break here from the exclusionary order. Officer Stubs, did you review any case or testimony or anything about the case since you were on the stand?
I have not.
Afternoon. I have not. Okay, thanks for affirming that. I'll remind you, of course, you're still under oath for your testimony, and Mr. Wood, if you'd like to continue with direct, you may do so.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Just to recap, Detective, when we left yesterday for clarity of the record and for the jury, I believe we had spoken about your visit with Lori Vallow on November 26th,
Yes, we have.
that you were not able to locate JJ that day,
No, we were not able to.
and that you weren't able to verify his whereabouts later that day.
That is correct.
Did you in the next day help in searching Lori Vallow's apartment?
Yes, November 27th, 2019, with a search warrant, yes.
Okay, thank you, pursuant to a search warrant. And I believe you testified yesterday that you did not locate JJ in any 3 of those apartments.
We did not.
Detective, did you have body cam on? Did you do a body cam? And let me rephrase that. Did you do a body cam walkthrough of any of those apartments?
Yes, I did on both 174 and 175.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 144,
Very well.
and a courtesy copy has been provided to court and counsel.
And Judge, my numbering may be off because I had 144 as the The first contact with Lori Vallow, am I mistaken, counsel?
That was.
59.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, 59. Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 144?
I do.
What is it?
This would have been a USB drive of my documentation of Department 175.
And did you specifically review it on that drive?
Yes, I have.
And did you initial that drive?
I did.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the body cam you recorded that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for admission of State's Exhibit 144 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
All right, exhibit 144 is entered into evidence.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I publish?
You may publish.
This is the search warrant on apartment number 17.
I inquire, is the audio coming through the speakers?
It is.
Okay.
Well, I think it is. I'm not sure if it's through your mic on your computer or through the speakers.
Put the mic.
I think it was through the speakers, though.
Write it on.
175. Coming into the front door, this is the front room.
Detective, I'm going to pause it real quick. Is this the same apartment that you spoke to Lori Vallow in?
Yes, it is.
And this body cam was taken on what date
The following day, the 27th.
of November 2019?
Yes.
Entered. This is the damage to the door upon a no-knock entry warrant. Door, front door. Back of the door. Room. Here's the door jamb. Front room and kitchen area. There was, on arrival, keys that had been left on the counter, a envelope from Amazon. This was on the front porch to a Lori Vallow, 565 Pioneer Road, apartment 175, Rexburg, Idaho. Kitchen, pantry, half bath, garage leading to, or door leading out to the garage. This area, couches, tables, guns located in this area. Sorry, Sean. I'm going that way, Rob. Staircase going up to the second level of the whole 175. To the left at the top of the landing, it's a master bedroom, bed, a bath and closet area. Upon entering, no clothing left in this closet shower.
Detective, we just heard you say there was no clothing left in that closet, correct?
Yes.
Was that of note to you?
It made me think that the occupants, because of our day visit before, left in haste.
Like there was some electronic devices on these at one time. I can see dust imprints of what appears to be computers. Here is a printer. On this printer is a lease agreement. Looks like executed on October 1st, 2019. And it says a Lori Ravan, RVAN, is the leaser. Coming out of the master bedroom, a hall adjoining a laundry room to the right. Continuing down the hall to the left, a furnace, water heater, closet. Opposite that is a bathroom. Continuing down the hall, 2 bedrooms. One to the south, one to the north of the hallway. This is the one to the south. A single bed, a double bed, a closet containing a couple coats, 1 empty box, a fan, some empty hangers, what appears to be a bedspread, and this box here that appears to have possibly winter clothes, female winter clothes inside. Continuing to the other bedroom, we have, this is the one to the north. We have a bed, appears to be some bedding on the floor. We have 3 cases here, all containing guitars. It looks like a duffel bag full of toiletry items that would appear to be belong to a male subject due to the cologne and so forth inside. This closet is also fairly barren. Looks like there are 2 samurai swords inside the closet, empty laundry basket, another basket containing some odds and ends of some sort. Nothing else in this room. That is the entire aspect of the home upon entry.
And Detective, did you search or did you do a walkthrough of any other apartments that day with your body cam?
I did a walkthrough of the apartment 174, which is right next to 175, would have been Melanie Boudreaux's apartment.
And can you remind the jury who Melanie Boudreaux is and her relationship to Lori Vallow?
It would have been Lori's niece.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 144A. Yeah, a copy has been provided to the court and counsel.
All right, thank you.
Detective, do you recognize State's Exhibit 144A?
Yes.
What is it?
This would have been my documentation of the apartment 174 when I did a walkthrough after entry had been made into it as well.
When you went into 174, was there anything that stood out to you?
Well, this particular apartment appeared to still be, someone was residing there. The clothes were in the closet. There was a car in the garage. So it appeared to me that someone was still residing there. Something that struck me as odd is as we were searching. So this was Melanie Boudreaux's apartment. At one time, she was married to Brandon Boudreaux. I noticed that on the counter, she had a, if you will, a 3-ring binder with those clear plastic organizers in there. And I thought it was odd because I knew they were divorced, that she had numerous of his credit cards and driver's license in there.
And is that all captured on the body cam that you took as you did a walkthrough?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 144A, is that a true and accurate representation of the body cam you took on that walkthrough?
Yes.
Or did you initial that drive and have you reviewed it?
I have reviewed and I initialed it after viewing.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 144A be entered into evidence.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 144A is admitted.
And may I publish?
You may.
Should be, I hope it's still empty. Okay. I don't think so. Okay, this is apartment number 174, which is just south of 175. This is the initial walkthrough of the apartment. This door was hit on a no-knock warrant. This is the door, and the door jamb was destroyed upon the entry. No one came to the door. The front room. Kitchen area. Looks like there is a couple of electronics, possible some kind of purse here. Here is looks like several credit cards with name of Brandon Prodexio. Pronouncing that wrong. Also a driver's license out of Arizona for Brandon. Coming around more.
Detective, you recently testified about finding a large amount of credit cards for Brandon Boudreaux.
Yes.
I believe there you may have mispronounced his name. Is that?
I surely did.
But it was Brandon.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that to make fun of you.
It is the same.
For purposes of identity, it was Brandon Boudreaux. Okay. And Your Honor, I'm done with this exhibit.
Okay.
And Detective, just for clarity from yesterday, you've testified that JJ Vallow was not located that day, was he?
He was not.
To your knowledge, did the search for JJ Vallow ever extend into a search to include Tylee Ryan as well?
Yes,
And Detective, you testified before that you have some experience in cellular devices.
that is correct.
Did you participate or write warrants for any cellular or digital evidence in this case?
I did.
Did you prepare a list of the different warrants you prepared in anticipation of testifying at trial?
Yes,
Did you do that to aid the jury in understanding the different warrants you wrote and to be able to explain why you wrote them and what you obtained from them?
yes, I did.
And do you believe it would aid the jury in understanding your testimony about the nature of the evidence you collected?
I believe it would help them understand what we did and why.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the witness be handed State's Exhibit 296. And I don't know if the court or counsel has a copy of this yet.
I have a courtesy copy.
Okay, and I believe he does.
Thank you.
I do have a copy. Thank you.
Detective, is this the list I was just speaking to you about?
It is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of the list you created?
Yes, I prepared this list.
Your Honor, for demonstrative purposes only, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 296 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, Exhibit 296 is admitted as a demonstrative exhibit.
And before I go there, Your Honor, I just, or Detective, I want to clarify with you really quick. Did you ever find evidence that Brandon Boudreaux lived in apartment 174 in Rexburg, Idaho?
No,
May I publish Exhibit 296?
Yes.
Detective, approximately how many search warrants did you obtain for electronic or digital evidence in this case?
20.
And are they listed on this list?
Yes, they are.
Can you tell us about the first item on that list?
Yes, so 2019-77 was the first warrant that I had wrote. This was for the known phone number that we had originally had contact with Lori Vallow. After our original contact, however, she wouldn't take any calls after that. But so I wrote this warrant to Verizon Wireless to get information on her and anything that Verizon might have that would aid us in trying to locate her and her children.
All right. And did you obtain any useful information from that warrant?
Yes.
What was that?
So just to if I may, just kind of give an overview of, if I may, from 77, can you lower it down past 53 just a little bit? So 77 through 61, just so if I may, this was all pre-finding the children. So these were all done in attempt to locate where the kids were or Lori was. And so I just wanted to clarify that these are going to be all grouped, if you will, in that aspect.
Thank you. And since you brought that up, the numbers on the left, is there a method to the numbering of those warrants?
So at least where I'm from, Madison County.
Sure.
The way warrants are issued, the first number has to do with the year, then the dash, and then the second number is what warrant was in accession, whether it me, someone else that got a warrant. So it'd be at the first year, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on throughout the year.
All right. Okay. Thank you. And so going back to the top of the list, what useful information did you obtain from that warrant?
So as a result of that warrant, it led to the next warrant because we were able to get a return from Verizon saying, these are some of the names and email addresses that would have been associated with that first number. So then, as it shows here, we wrote 86 in 2019 because we were able to obtain these email addresses. As you can see, 3 of them were Gmail accounts, which in some ways is very useful to us in trying to identify and find somebody.
Okay. How does that help you find someone?
So kind of in a nutshell, anytime someone uses social media or a Gmail account or has any kind of account that would associate them with the internet. And Google is very good at keeping track of people. And so when you use a Gmail account or you're logged on to your Google account, they are very good at keeping record of what you do and when you do it and where you are. So Gmail's, and that goes for other mail accounts as well.
In regard to Google accounts, and is it true that Google runs several different apps that can be on a phone?
Yes.
And you testified Google keeps track of people, or I shouldn't say of people, but of the devices that their apps are loaded on.
Yeah, they keep track of the accounts that people set up, who they are, or who set them up. Vital information that might help us especially in this case, if there were other phone numbers associated with that Google account. Google will package those under, if you will, that Gmail account, addresses, credit cards, things like that. Google will, if you log in from a device to your account, whether it's a computer, cell phone, whatever, they'll make note of that and link that to your account.
And in terms of the Google location services that they keep track of, are you aware if an individual can opt out of the geolocation tracking?
So there is an option through Google. If you so desire, you can turn off your location services, which would keep Google from keeping that information.
So under search warrant 2019-86, you have, can you read the names of the 4 accounts you searched?
Yeah, so in blue here, the result was Homer J. Maximus at gmail.com, associated with Alex Cox. Lowly Time Forever at gmail.com, Lori Vallow. Lori for Style at iCloud.com, also Lori Vallow. And Chad.Daybell at gmail.com, associated with Chad Daybell.
To your knowledge, were you able to obtain Google geolocation data from any of those accounts?
Yes.
Which ones?
Homer J. Maximus would be the one that, if you will, gave us the most information.
Let's go to the next warrant. What was that written for?
So again, we're still in the process of trying to locate children. JJ and Tylee. Sorry. So search warrant was done for a PO box we had located for Lori in Sugar City, which is an adjoining town to Rexburg. In that mail, we found a Verizon bill. Upon opening this Verizon bill, we found several phone numbers listed under the name of Lori, Alex, Charles Vallow, Tylee, that we didn't have before. So our thinking in this was to, again, write another warrant to Verizon for these numbers to try and get additional information so we could find these children.
Right. Was anything useful obtained from that?
Yeah, it just solidified a lot of what we had already done, numbers that were associated, and we're able to eliminate quite a few of those phones as that they had been surrendered, if you will, or turned to somebody else and no longer had anything to do with them. This count had kind of gone into default because of lack of payment.
Okay. Let's go down to 2020-09.
Okay.
You can describe for the jury what that warrant was for.
Okay, so again, you're going to see the Homer J. Maximus, but so when these apartments were abandoned, 175 particularly, no one ever returned to them after the 27th. So the landlords, if you will, or owners, went in to clean out all the stuff that was in there. And when they were in there, they had located in some of the stuff, to abandoned devices that they thought best to turn over to us. So this is a result of looking at those devices. The new one that you would see with Alex Cox is the raylamar@gmail.com.
And then again, Homer J. Maximus is that Homer
Right.
J. Maximus again?
Yes.
Tell us about warrant 2020-15.
Okay, so this was originally written, if you notice the second number over in this warrant, a typo, I put it in parentheses here, was put 47 when it said it should have been 74. So those two numbers were just crossed. Anyway, what this means with a tap and trace warrant, we still could not get answers on where the kids were, and couldn't get information from Lori.
And let me interrupt you real quick. I apologize. Do you recall approximately when you submitted this warrant, 2020-15?
Would have been fairly early in January, I believe.
Of 2020?
2020, yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and if you can explain what a pen register tap and trace
Sure.
is.
So what this does is we request this on these numbers because we believe we could associate these with the parties. The company, which would have been Verizon here, would send us live data not necessarily conversations, but where the phones would be, if you will, hitting off of cell phone towers to give us a general location of where they might be at this time, live, if you will.
Okay. So it's, is it fair to say it's used to try and track a person's current location? Or let me rephrase that, a device's current location.
Yes.
And you did that trying to find those phone numbers that are listed there. Do you know who those phone numbers belonged to?
So, yeah, this is going to be a long and short of this, but because it's going to come into connection with 2020-20 as well, because if I may kind of explain that.
Sure, please do.
So the 15 was wrote to Verizon Wireless. Well, ultimately, two of those numbers, Verizon said they're not our numbers. You're going to have to also get a hold of T-Mobile. So two of those numbers in 2020, as you see, T-Mobile Wireless, were in the above warrant. However, we had to write a new warrant for T-Mobile. So they're both in conjunction, if you will. Okay, now that I've explained that, ask that question again.
So the numbers that are on, and I'm actually going to
Okay.
say between 2015 and 2021, who do those numbers belong to?
So we believe those numbers to be associated with Lori Vallow, Alex Cox, Tylee Ryan, Chad Daybell.
If you were looking for Tylee and JJ, why were you looking at Chad Daybell's location?
Well, I mean, Lori and Chad were married. We couldn't get a hold of either one of them. We couldn't get any straight answers as to where they were. We couldn't get any answers as to where the children were. So they were associated.
And I'm going to just kind of back up just really briefly. When you obtain a warrant, how do you obtain a warrant?
So we have to enter what is called a probable cause affidavit to the court on why we want it and what we believe we will find once that warrant is signed by a judge. So with that probable cause affidavit, a warrant for what we are looking for is presented to the court. The court reviews that. If they feel like our probable cause is just, a judge will sign the warrant, allowing us to move forward with serving the warrant on whoever it is we're serving it on.
All right. So the warrants are signed by the judge.
That's correct.
On these pen register / tap and trace warrants, were you able to locate Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow through those warrants?
Yes, we were able to locate the devices which we believe to be with them in Hawaii.
Warrant number 2020-25. Can you tell us what you found or what was searched and found on that?
Okay, so upon finding where they were, we had investigators, FBI, go to Hawaii, Kauai, if you will, and they were able to locate Chad and Lori. A warrant was obtained to gather evidence from their residence where they were staying there and their vehicle. This is the result of 10 electronic devices that were taken from their rental car that they were both in. And so that is what the 10 electronic devices is for, why we obtain warrants.
And did you search all these devices yourself, or did other agencies and other personnel help in searching some of these devices?
So yes, I'm glad you brought that up, because all these warrants, when you get back a return from Google, Verizon, you have to understand these are thousands of pages long, thousands of records, thousands of pages. And for just one person to go through all that, and especially in the short time frame we were trying to do this to find kids, is simply impossible. And so a lot of the returns that I got from this, I would give out to FBI, other investigators for review, so we could try and go through a large record in a short amount of time.
And we'll return back to some of the things that were found on that in just a bit, in 2020-25. Can you tell us about 2020-30?
Yeah, would you mind just moving that down just a
Oh,
little bit? Thank you. So this again was another tap and trace warrant on a phone that we found. You have to understand, by this time, like I stated at the beginning, we still had no answers even after contacting Chad and Lori as to where the children were. We weren't getting any answers. No one was talking to us. So again, with this tap and trace warrant, we were still looking for children. And we were trying to establish if this device was anywhere around the children. So that's the reason for this one.
And the next warrant, 2020-31.
So this again came from, this would be Melanie Boudreaux's apartment. Devices found there, and this would have been apartment 174. So this was a warrant for us to go ahead and search the actual devices that we had taken from that residence. I should note here that at this time, our current software that we use for forensics, I should say not me, but the FBI was taking care of these. The phones were not able to be broke into at this time, only the tablet. So that's still looking for children.
And you mentioned that, so if we can just talk about it really quick. Just because you have a device, does that mean you can automatically hook it up to your Cellbrite or another forensic software and read it?
Well,
Does that happen
that's
automatically?
kind of a two-part thing. Yeah, we got to have a warrant.
Right.
And so forensic software is always slightly behind a phone, if you will. So whenever a phone comes out with new technology, forensic people who develop software are always taking the new device and trying to figure out, if you will, how it ticks, but it's not till it comes out. So as far as these phones, software hadn't been updated that we could break into the passcodes on these. Does that answer your question?
Yes, yes. So, and just, I guess to clarify, just because you physically have the phone and you can hook it up to your software, that doesn't mean you can always get into the device.
That's right.
Can you tell us about 2020-46?
So we were able to establish that these were two different numbers belonging to Melanie Boudreaux. And, you know, as far as at this time, we didn't feel like she was being cooperative either. We knew that
Judge, I'm going to object at this time. I've been somewhat relaxed, but I need some foundation for him to be able to make these kinds of statements.
Mr. Wood, do you want to respond to that?
Approximately when did you obtain this warrant for the two numbers for Melanie Boudreaux?
It would have been probably later spring. I can't give you an exact date without seeing the warrant itself.
And that's okay, but it was later spring of 2020.
Yes.
And at this time, had you found, or not you, but had law enforcement found Tylee and JJ?
No.
And were you trying to obtain information from Melanie Boudreaux about the whereabouts of Tylee and JJ?
Yes.
Why would she have that type of information? Or why, let me rephrase that. Why would you think that she might have that type of information?
Well, in interviews, we felt like she was
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. There still hasn't been sufficient foundation. He's referring to other interviews. He's not identifying them, and I'm not even sure he participated in those interviews.
I'll sustain that, Mr. Wood.
Did you ever participate in an interview with Melanie Boudreaux?
I only had interaction with her when she was being interviewed in obtaining her phone to do a forensic on it. I had to make contact with her during that interview for that purpose.
And Judge, could I have some date, time, place, foundation, please?
I'm waiting for an objection.
Objection.
It's true. Yeah, it's not an objection, Mr. Pryor. So now there's an objection based on foundation. Mr. Wood, if you'd like to respond.
Approximately when did you meet with Melanie Boudreaux?
This would have been early on. I don't recall exactly the date. I remember it being in the interview room at the Rexburg Police Department.
Would it have been early 2020
Yes.
and before Tylee and JJ had been found?
Yes.
Right. And was that when you obtained these the phones that were subject to 2020-46?
No. Well, so these phones were obtained when we did the search on the 27th.
And I'm actually going to use this opportunity right now. There's multiple ways to obtain digital evidence, correct?
Correct.
Is one of those ways to collect the evidence off of the device itself?
Yes.
Can you also obtain evidence from the phone carrier?
Yes.
And when I say that, I mean like Verizon, T-Mobile.
Yes.
And then can you obtain evidence from app companies of apps that are on a phone?
And Judge, at this point, the objection is going to be leading.
Overruled.
So as I earlier stated, with the Gmail accounts and so forth, yes, they keep a lot of information that would have been shared with a phone, a computer. They also keep records that wouldn't be on the device. It would be in their database with Google or whoever.
Thank you. So on warrant 2020-46, it appears, who is that warrant written to?
Can you clarify who?
Who was that warrant served on?
Melanie Boudreaux.
And did it go to Verizon Wireless as well?
Yes.
And were you asking Verizon Wireless for information associated with those two phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you find anything on those that aided you in finding JJ and Tylee?
Other than associations with the other email accounts and phone numbers that we've already gone through.
Okay. Tell me about the next warrant, 2020-53. Approximately when did you write that?
So this would have been after Lori and Chad were served in Hawaii. In searching the vehicle, there was a notebook found. This notebook had pages of, if you will, user accounts and email accounts and so forth. There was a page in there from the car that all these email addresses were listed, and therefore we again obtained additional warrants for some of these in hopes to locate the children.
At the bottom of 2020-53, what do you have written there?
So a lot of this was still during, not making excuses, but pandemic time. So we never got a response from Google on this warrant after months. And so yeah, they never responded.
2020-61, the words Shmuel is written. What is that?
So that was, we found that a lot of these devices had this app in common. It's a music sharing app. However, in the music sharing app, there was the ability to communicate through, if you will, text type messages. So again, we were just looking for any clues that would help lead us. And so this was a warrant written to Shmuel to see if they had any information that would help us.
And I believe you testified earlier that the warrants written up through 2020-61 were looking for the children.
That is correct.
What changed after 2020-61?
Because after this time, we would have been past the time where June 9th, where we located the children on Chad Daybell's property.
What was the purpose of 2020-74?
So this is in conjunction with the FBI with their CAST team.
And do you know approximately when it was that warrant was obtained?
This would have been, I believe, within a couple weeks after the 9th.
When you say the 9th, can you?
Sorry, June 9th, 2020.
And just for purposes of clarity, what event happened on June 9th, 2020?
That is the day that we located the children's bodies on the Daybell property.
Okay. So going back to that warrant, what was the purpose of that warrant with the FBI?
So again, we were, we hadn't, I mean, yes, we found the children. However, we didn't have other answers of why and whatnot. And we were still looking at trying to determine devices that would have been located on that property that could have been involved in the children being there. So the purpose in this was to take specialized equipment onto the property close to the locations where the children were found and get signal strengths from cellular towers and be able to precisely say what tower, what the signal strength was and so forth. The FBI did that part. I was with them. However, I was just really the one that obtained the warrant and served it at the property.
All right. And then they did the work on that.
That is correct.
The next warrant, 2020, it looks like -76 and 77.
Yeah, so that's two different warrants, but
When approximately were those obtained?
I'm sorry.
When approximately were those obtained?
That would have been also shortly within a few weeks after the children were found on that June 9th date.
Okay. And it looks like that's a warrant for a geofence.
That is correct.
Can you
A couple
explain?
different ones.
Okay. Can you explain for the jury what a geofence is?
So again, the theory here is, as I explained in the previous one, we're trying to find out, if you will, devices that would have been in the vicinity on certain dates and times, where we believe the children had been buried on the property. So when I say a 250-meter range of the center of the properties in this, so if you were to take and put a dot and then draw a circle 250 meters out, which is approximately like 2.5 football fields in circumference. And so our thinking was we had dates we believed, we had times we believed. We wanted to try and find anyone who had any significant time in those areas during those dates and those times. And that's both for 202 North 1900 East, which was Chad's property, and 565 Pioneer Road, number 175, which is where Lori was. So we're just looking for commonality. We were looking, are we missing anything? Is there anybody else involved here that we need to be looking at? And that's why we wrote this, is to see if there's other people we need to be looking at besides who we already were looking at.
And so that warrant was written to Google, correct?
That is correct.
So just to help the jury understand, is when you say a geofence, are you looking for Google location data within that area?
Yes, that would just be what Google records have, not Verizon, not anybody else, just Google, because that's a very common thread that everybody uses. So yeah, it was just to Google.
And again, we had talked earlier about opting out of Google location services. If someone, to your knowledge and experience, if someone had their Google location data turned off, would they show up in that geofence?
Not by Google records, no.
Okay. So tell us the process of obtaining that warrant and how you obtained that information.
On the return, when
Yes.
okay, so you have to understand, especially, well, like Chad's property is more rural. But where Lori's property is it's high density. And so when you ask for this, Google sends you thousands of pages of people that have passed through your fence, your 250-meter fence, whether they are on the road, whatever. So it's massive amounts. But Google doesn't tell you who they are in these warrants. Google assigns everybody a number. It's a Google association number is what it's called. And so everybody who has an account or whatever has a number associated with them. So when we get this return, the return shows, if you will, this device passed through there, was in that area for, this is just an example,
Okay.
5 seconds. And you can see as it maybe passes on the road in that fenced area. But it doesn't say that was John Doe. It says this was Google account number, user number, this with a large digit number. So this warrant didn't establish who these people were, is I guess what I'm getting at, just a number associated with them.
And then did you do a follow-up warrant based on that initial return from Google?
So the theory was to take that warrant and all that information, plug it into a system, and then try and narrow it down to people who would have been in that area or both areas in common during those timeframes. So so after plugging all that information in, we came down to possibly 12 devices that we felt could be, if you will, devices of interest. And so am I explaining that okay? That, and then we wrote, that would have led to 2021-10 here.
All right. And explain what you asked for in 2021-10.
Okay, so 2021-10 would have been us saying, okay, these are some Google numbers that are of interest to us from our fence account. And because they were either in the area for a significant amount of time, and maybe these people were involved or could have seen something or whatever during these critical times. And so us writing this warrant was to say, can you please tell us from these Google account numbers, can you please tell us who they are so we can, if you will, get in touch with them or look at them as people of interest.
All right. And so, and what were you provided? What did you learn from that?
Well, so after writing this warrant, we didn't receive a response from Google. And after much time had passed, I was finally able to get a hold of someone with Google, which is almost impossible to talk to a live person, but I finally get a hold of them, and their advice to us was to shrink our search a little bit more, that they felt looking for 12 was too broad. And so that's why they hadn't responded to our warrant. So, which at that time, then
Follow up on that?
yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to speak
No.
over. Did you follow up on that?
Yes. So at that time, we lessened it by 2 when we wrote 2021-20 for 10 devices that we felt were of interest. And we did receive from Google at that time the account holders' information on those 10 devices or 10 accounts.
Okay. And did you, what did you learn from that?
Well, so out of the 10 account holders, background checks were done, checks for associations with Lori, Chad, Alex. We could never find, other than Alex himself, any of the other people that would have had association with these 2 other parties.
So just to clarify, you wrote these warrants for these geofence areas around Chad Daybell's property and where Lori Vallow lived, correct?
Yes, on those particular dates, yes.
And you were looking for numbers that had some commonality between the 2 locations.
Right.
And at the end of the day, the only number you found was Alex Cox's.
That's right.
Just briefly, can you tell us about the last warrant you have on that list?
Yeah, so this was a warrant that, so the children had been found. We were just trying to make sense of everything we had. And we thought it would be a good idea because we had been in the moment, if you will, of this whole investigation, to have an independent person, an expert, go through the electronic devices that we had already been through to see if, number one, we had missed anything, and number two, get a fresh set of eyes that hadn't been so involved in the case to get an outside perspective into the case. And so this warrant was wrote for several of the devices that we had already searched to take them out to Pennsylvania and have an independent expert go through what we had been through.
Did you learn any new information from that process?
So the answer to that question would be no, nothing new was obtained that we hadn't already discovered.
Okay. Detective, I want to just talk to you briefly a little bit about some of the things you found when you did your searches. I listed on Exhibit 296, and you've spoken about Lolly Time Forever.
One of Lori's Gmail accounts, yes.
And did you ever look, did you specifically look at that account yourself?
Lolly Time?
Yes.
Yes,
Right. Did you ever have occasion to look at the search history on it?
yes.
Were there any searches that stood out to you through your investigation?
Yes, there were a few that brought me concern.
Right. Was there a search on August 25th that interested or that was of note to you?
Yes.
What was that for?
So on August 25th, the user of this account, which the name on the account was Lori Vallow, the user of this account on the 25th looked up wedding rings made of malachite, visited some sites with that. At one point, the user attempted to make a purchase of 2 of those rings, and they were basically silver with the green malachite through the middle of them. Each one was an 11.5 size ring, and the other one was a 4.25. And a purchase was attempted for a total of $808 on that date.
Are you aware if that purchase was successful?
No, I was later able to find out that the credit card used had failed, and so the purchase was never completed.
And on this same account, Lolly Time Forever, was there anything that you noticed in the search history on September 20th?
September 20th, which was 3 days before we believe JJ.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. It's non-responsive
I think he's just providing information for the answer, Your Honor.
and it's non-responsive information.
It's overruled. You can answer.
So on the 23rd, when we believe JJ was deceased, on the 20th, knowing, well, the user of the account looked up the definition and meaning of possessed.
And to clarify, I don't know if I did this before, Lolly Time Forever, who was that account associated with?
Lori Vallow.
And then was there anything that stuck out to you in the search history on that account, Lolly Time Forever, on September 30th of 2019?
Yes, so on September 30th, which would have been 2 days before Melanie Boudreaux's attempted shooting, the user of this account looked up how to remove the back seat from a Jeep Wrangler. The user of that account then accessed a YouTube video on how to do it, and that video was accessed.
And why was that of note to you?
Because 2 days later, gray Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates was noted as being the vehicle that a gun was shot at Melanie Boudreaux from the rear of that vehicle. in Arizona.
Is that in fact the same Jeep that you found, that law enforcement found in Rexburg,
Yes, on the 4th.
4th of November,
Yes,
2019?
that's correct.
Did you do any searches on the account of chad.daybell@gmail.com?
Yes,
Did you look at that search history?
I did.
Why did you do that?
Again, at this time, we were still looking for children.
And was there anything in the search history of chad.daybell@gmail.com that caught your attention?
Yes,
What was that?
it would have been September 8th, 2019. The day before we believe Tylee was
Judge, I'm not sure I heard the year. I may have heard that wrong.
2019.
2019. Thank you.
And what did you find?
The user of Chad.Daybell looked up what the wind direction was going to be for the following day, which would have been the 9th.
And in the course of your investigation, why was that of note to you?
Judge calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Because we believe on the 9th was the day that Tylee was, her body was burned and buried in the fire pit behind Chad's house.
Detective, we had talked about when we were going over your list of warrants under 2020-25, about 10 electronic devices seized from Chad and Lori in Hawaii.
Yes,
Did you search any of those devices yourself?
I did.
Did you have occasion to search a PNY USB flash drive?
I did.
What did you find on that flash drive?
Upon initial looking at the flash drive, found several wedding photographs from December 5th of Chad and Lori's wedding in Kauai, Hawaii.
I'm sorry, what date did you say?
Would have been December 5th. Or sorry, November 5th.
Okay, thank you. Tell us how you searched that device. Did you just plug it into a computer or did you do something else?
I used forensic software to search the device. One of the reasons we use forensic software is because it is set up in such a way that anything we do looking at the device won't, if you will, disturb its original form. So we use forensic software to search this device.
Okay. And was there anything else of note to you on that device?
Yes.
What was that?
So if I may, just a little bit here, at first glance, if you were to plug this flash drive into, say, a regular computer, the only thing that you would have been able to see on this flash drive would have been the wedding photographs. However, when you plug this type of device in and use forensic software, you are able to obtain and see anything that may have been, might still be there, deleted, so forth and so on, that you wouldn't be able to see with a regular computer.
Okay. And did you find anything that had been deleted?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't know the precise number, but it appeared to be photos of Chad, Tammy, their kids, if you will, a history. It appeared to me that possibly Chad and Tammy's courtship to their marriage to their kids being born to their kids growing up, just basically a family album, I guess would be the best way to say it, that had all been deleted.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to ask that the witness be handed States Exhibit 61A through 61S, and I believe a courtesy copy has been given to the court and counsel.
All right, A through S. Mr. Wood?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This will be-
Detective, can you briefly review 61A through S and then let me know when you've had a chance to do so?
Okay.
Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yeah, these are all, if you will, hard copies of the photographs that were located on that flash drive.
And are those true and accurate representations of the photos you viewed on that flash drive?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that states exhibits 61A through S be entered into evidence.
And there won't be an objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 61A through S are individual photographs each. They're all admitted into evidence. Mr. Wood, we've got a request to take our morning recess this time. Let's go ahead and do that with the admission of those exhibits, and then we can move on after that. So we'll be
Well, thank
in
you.
recess for about 20 minutes, intending to come back on the record here at about quarter after.
All rise, please.
All right, thank you. I believe the jurors are lined up, so Mr. Bailiff, we please have them return to the courtroom.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, please. Jury's officers and counter for Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bailiff. Please be seated. We just concluded the mid-morning recess. We're back on the record on case CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Detective Stubs still on the stand on direct. We just admitted States Exhibits 61A through S. And if you'd like to continue on direct, Mr. Wood, you may do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. And if I may publish,
You may. And as you publish, please reference each individual photo by its exhibit
Okay.
number.
Detective, was this one of the photos that you recovered from the flash drive we've been talking about?
Yes,
What does it appear to be?
appears to be Chad and Lori on the beach in Hawaii with the pastor, possibly doing a wedding ceremony.
In this photo?
Again, Chad and Lori, their wedding on the beach in Hawaii.
And what was that, Mr. Wood?
I apologize, Your Honor. That was 61A. And for clarity of the record, the first one I showed was 61I. If you can say what you observe in 61B.
Again, appears that they're on the beach again. Chad has a ukulele, and Lori appears that she's dancing.
This is 61E. E is an echo. And what do you observe?
Again, another photo. This is one that I do get a glimpse of a ring on Chad's left hand. This isn't the best of them all, though, but
Okay. $61K.
picture of the wedding rings, which appear to be silver with possible malachite in the middle of them that both parties were eventually wearing on their fingers.
61H.
Appears to be Lori and Chad holding hands, revealing Lori's ring on her left hand.
$61M.
Similar to the first, other than you see rings on both parties' hands.
And 61R.
This would appear to be Chad and Lori at some point, appears to be in Kauai, Hawaii, in front of what appears to be the LDS temple.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, I have no further questions for this witness.
All right. I'll have the bailiff retrieve those photos. Mr. Pryor, cross-examination.
Judge, before I start, my understanding is it's by
Turn
way
on the
of,
microphone, please, Mr. Pryor.
we're going to learn, am I? Before I start, Judge, I understand this is by stipulation of the parties. I have Exhibit 50 and it's Defense Exhibit 50. And I still, again, it's Glenn Bard's report that was referenced by Officer Stubbs on the last line of his exhibit. I have the actual report of Glenn Bard, so I'm moving for admission of Glenn Bard's report.
All right.
No
any-
objection.
No objection. Very well. Defense Exhibit 50 is admitted.
And Judge, let me know when I can proceed.
You may inquire.
Officer Stubbs, there's a term about universal time as it relates to adjusting cellular data. And could you explain that a little bit to me?
So UTC, where, if you will, where time is zero, and then as you move around the earth, you gain or lose an hour from that standard time.
Okay.
So depending on where you're at, it's UTC plus or minus.
Okay, and then when we're dealing with Rexburg, Idaho, St. Anthony area, do you have a recollection of what the UTC adjustment is?
It depends on the time of year, but it's usually UTC minus 6 or 7
Okay, so six depending on
daylight savings.
daylight savings time, but for generally it's a 6 hour adjustment. Would that be fair?
6 or 7, depending. Yeah.
Okay. Now you made a habit of going over the body cam of the apartments, 175, which would be assigned to who? Apartment number 175 Pioneer.
Well, Lori Vallow was living there.
Okay, and then on 174, who was living there?
Melanie Boudreaux.
And then 107, who was living there?
Well, 107 was originally assigned to Lori. However, we know Alex was living there at one time, but when we went there on the search warrants on the 27th, it was totally vacant.
Okay. And as part of your search warrant, did you also have a habit of going through the garages of those particular units as well?
Are you referring to my body cam or?
No, I'm talking
Just-
in general. Did you also go through and look through the garages as part of your search?
That would be practice, yes.
Okay, and you did that on this particular occasion?
The garages were going through, yes.
Okay, that wasn't necessarily part of your body cam, was it?
Well, from the body cams, I did reference the garage.
Okay. You didn't take particular notations during this presentation, anything substantial about what was found in the garage. Is that fair?
Other than the guns, no.
Okay. And if you were to see pictures of items that have been previously provided to the defense, would you be able to ascertain whether you believe those were items that were in the garage of the respective parties?
I'm not sure. I would
Okay.
have to see.
And if I provided you with those pictures and an opportunity to look at those pictures, would that be something that could refresh your recollection?
Possibly.
And Judge, if I could have the bailiff hand to Officer Stubbs. I have a thumb drive with a number of pictures. I'd ask Officer Stubbs, if you have some difficulty, please advise, and I can help you scroll through these respective pictures.
Okay, the device can be handed to the witness.
And if you have some difficulty, Judge, may I have permission to go to the witness, or could the bailiff help him?
Let's just see if the officer's able to sort through how to scroll the photos. Is it a touchpad? Can you swipe, or do you have to use?
I think he can arrow them down, Judge, or he.
Yeah, I can see the arrow to next. So you want me to go ahead and look at all these?
104A through the bottom of all of those, if you could.
I don't see where it's listed as like 104A. Oh, okay, it was on 104B when I got it.
And if necessary, you can zoom in if you need to.
You want me to go through how many? Sorry.
Just go through the end of them, and it's 104A through, I think there's about 15 photos. So if you could go through the list there.
Okay.
I don't need it now, but I will at some point. Thank you. Not today.
Yeah, I think I've looked through 104J.
Okay, and if I could have that, now, officer, do you recognize any of those photos?
Unless I previously stated, the only, if those came from 175, I was not, other than documenting the initial entry, I was not, from my body cam, what everyone saw, I was not involved in the search of 175. My directive was more in 174, so I don't recognize.
Okay. So other than the fact that you made mention of guns, you don't have any specific recollection of the items that are listed in these.
Mr. Pryor, please talk into the microphone.
You don't have any recollection of the items that are listed in that particular series of photos. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. So you don't have any recollection of recalling seeing any of those items in any of the photos. Is that fair?
Personally, no.
Okay. Did you find any other information through your investigation to determine whether any of those items are items that were found in any of the garages of the three parties you searched?
Restate that.
Through your investigation, were you able to ascertain whether any of those items were items that were obtained from the garage of the three parties that you searched?
I wouldn't be able to testify to that.
Okay. Okay. Now you spoke of the fact that you felt that the apartment of one of those folks was abandoned. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you spoke of the fact that you felt that, at least you implied that you felt that Lori Vallow was fleeing. Is that correct?
Objection misstates the testimony.
Sustained.
How about you felt that she had abandoned the home? Is that what you were implying?
Objection, that also misstates the testimony.
Overruled.
I believe that in walking through 175, that the clothes were all missing and possibly the people left in haste.
Okay. Now, as part of your continuing investigation, did you come across any data that suggested tickets or purchase of tickets to Disneyland or to Knott's Berry Farm were made prior to your search on the 26th?
That's not something that I investigated personally.
Okay. Do you have some information that there was a trip planned by Chad Daybell's family 2 weeks prior to the search of the 26th?
I don't recall the date, but I do recall that there was possibly a trip to Disneyland or something, yes.
Okay, so this wasn't a situation where Mr. Daybell was trying to hide his whereabouts. He purchased tickets and planned a trip 2 weeks before this search to go with his family. You're aware of that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the testimony. His testimony was about the apartment of Lori Vallow.
Sustained.
So the representation that you felt that the apartment was vacated by Lori Vallow, that doesn't imply that Chad Daybell was vacating his premises, does it?
Objection,
No.
calls for speculation.
Overruled.
That doesn't mean Chad Daybell was vacating, was it?
Well, it wasn't Chad's home,
Right. It was Lori Vallow's home, right?
correct?
And then the other one was Alex Cox's home, correct?
Melanie Boudreaux was next
Melanie
door.
Boudreaux. Now you made mention of the Jeep and the search regarding the Jeep and regarding Brandon Boudreaux, correct?
Search?
Yeah, the search to how to get the back seat out of a Jeep, right?
Okay. Thank you for clarifying
That's okay.
that search.
That's okay. And are you aware that Chad Daybell is not criminally implicated in the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we may revisit it, but on Exhibit 59, I think that was the initial 10-minute surveillance tape of you talking with Lori Vallow, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and on that tape, she made a number of representations. And during the 10-minute interview that you had with her, who was present with you at the time again? I'm sorry.
Lieutenant Ball and Officer Kellen Wetton was also there.
Okay. And during that 10-minute interview of her, you folks decided to leave. Is that correct?
Yes, with the understanding that they were going to get a hold of us of JJ's whereabouts.
Okay. And during that interview with Miss Vallow, she indicated to you that her friend, and I don't know if it was good friend, but her friend Melanie Gibb had JJ. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then you testified that you took some effort to get a hold of Miss Gibb, correct?
Correct.
And did you subsequently learn that you got a hold of Miss Gibb at some point shortly after that meeting with Lori Vallow?
That would have been later that evening that we finally got a hold of her.
And Miss Gibb confirmed at that time that she had JJ Vallow. Is that right?
No,
What did she say?
she said she did not have JJ.
Oh, well, isn't it true she lied to the police about the whereabouts of JJ Vallow on that day?
I don't know. I wasn't involved in that conversation.
Okay. Okay. So when you say that she said she didn't have JJ, how do you know that? If you weren't involved in the conversation?
Because the next day is when law enforcement obtained a warrant because she had stated to officers that she did not have him.
Okay. So your recollection is that Melanie Gibb did not lie to the police initially about having JJ Vallow? Is that what you're saying?
Objection, he's misciting the testimony.
Overruled.
Is that what you're saying?
Ask the question again, please.
So what you're saying is that you got the search warrant because Melanie Gibb said she did not have JJ Vallow? Is that what you recall?
That's what I recall.
Okay. Now, during the conversation with Lori Vallow, she made a number of representations. She made some mention of the fact that she was going to be moving back somewhere with Melanie Gibb. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And that her and that JJ and Melanie were at a Frozen movie or something? You recall that?
She said that Melanie and JJ were most likely at the movie Frozen 2.
Okay. So from what you heard her say about moving back, the fact that you felt that the apartment when you went back for the search warrant was abandoned, did you look into the possibility that Melanie Gibb had made plans to leave Rexburg, Idaho and move back with Melanie Gibb in Arizona?
Melanie Boudreaux
Melanie Gibb
was moving back where?
with Melanie Gibb. Lori Vallow was moving back with Melanie Gibb to
Okay,
Arizona.
you said Melanie
Yeah,
Gibb
and
was moving back.
And I apologize for that. I'll rephrase that. I misstated that, excuse me. Did you look into any information that would support the idea that Lori Vallow, after she abandoned that unit 175, had the intent to permanently move back with Melanie Gibb?
Well, she had told us that, so we were looking into that possibility,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So at this point, what you have is you have information that would suggest Lori Vallow may not have been honest about the whereabouts of JJ Vallow, correct?
Correct?
And you had information that at least her friend Melanie Gibb was accused of having JJ, correct?
She stated that Melanie had JJ, yes.
And at some point, Melanie Gibb contacted law enforcement, which gave you concern as to where JJ was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as part of all of these records and all of this information, you didn't look at Melanie Gibb's phone records, did you?
Not at this time, no.
Well, at this time, we're in trial right now, sir.
Right.
So when are you planning on looking at the records? A week from now or a month from now?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained.
You never looked at David Gibb's or David Warwick's records either, did you, sir?
Nope.
Okay. Are you aware of the circumstances regarding September 23rd and 22nd and 23rd of the last known existence of JJ Vallow?
The
Sir?
circumstances?
Yeah, the circumstances surrounding his disappearance on those days. Are you familiar with that?
I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to.
Are you familiar of who was with JJ Vallow or in the close proximity of JJ Vallow on the 22nd of September, the day he was at least last observed?
There was a number of people that were at Lori's residence, yes.
Right. And one of those people was Melanie Gibb, correct?
Correct?
One of those people was David Warwick, correct?
Correct.
And you're trying to locate JJ Vallow, and Lori Vallow on this tape says to you, my good friend Melanie has JJ, right?
Correct.
And you didn't look or bother to look into either David or Melanie Gibb's phones, did you?
No.
Would you agree with me that Ms. Vallow was very convincing?
No,
You wouldn't?
no,
Okay, well, you showed up and were there for 10 minutes, right?
correct.
She talked to you about a number of things and made a number of statements, and would you agree that a good number of those statements were not truthful?
That's correct.
And yet you didn't take any sort of action to detain her or to hold her, any type of, any sort of action that way, law enforcement action to detain her, to hold her from fleeing on the 26th, right?
Correct.
Okay. Then you went back again and talked to her, correct?
On that same day?
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
And then again, you didn't take any action, correct?
Well, we hadn't established that JJ was not with Melanie Gibb at that time. Therefore, we had no reason to detain her.
Now, I noticed during the tape recording that there was a comment that was made right after the first visit with on the recording. And if we have to go back, please tell me if you don't remember, we can revisit that. But after you left Lori Vallow's apartment, you made the comment, not. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Yeah, and not, if I understand correctly, and please correct me, is a situation where that's sort of a code word for telling law enforcement to turn off your body cams and not record what you were about to talk about, correct?
That would be correct.
So in other words, as part of this investigation, you chose that we're going to not allow these statements to be recorded. That we're going to stop this body cam because we don't want to reveal or provide the information that the three of you officers were going to discuss. Is that correct?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
Is that correct?
Yes, we were going to state our opinions.
Okay. We didn't get the benefit of your opinion then because you turned off the cam, right?
That's right.
And at the conclusion of the second body cam, did you do a little knock knock there too?
No,
Okay. Ms. Vallow also mentioned that Alex Cox was her protector, right?
that's correct.
And you made mention that Melanie Gibb was not answering her phone, correct? You testified about that?
Yes,
And you made mention that Lori Vallow was not responding as well to phone calls, correct?
later, yes.
Okay, how many phone calls did you make to Chad Daybell seeking information about JJ?
Myself, I did not make
Okay.
any.
Okay. And there was no warrant to search Chad Daybell's property at that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And through your research of all of the devices, you didn't find an email or Facebook posting or text that said from Chad Daybell saying, Lori, let's kill the kids. You never found anything like that, right?
I did not.
Now, during the search of the of one of the apartments, I noted this, and I noted this before. You made it, and you know everybody who was at the apartment during the search, right?
Most likely.
Body cam, most likely, or did you?
What about the body cam?
The body cam search of the three apartments, you knew everybody who was in there at that time, correct?
I'm sure I did.
Okay, all right. And at the time, you made a comment during one of the searches, and you said something to the effect, going that way, Rob.
Okay,
Who's Rob?
that would have been Prosecutor Rob Wood.
Okay, so Prosecutor Rob Wood was present during the execution of the search and review of which apartment were you searching when you told Rob going that way?
I believe that was 175,
Okay, Lori Vallow's.
correct?
Okay. Did you have any information as to where Chad Daybell was living after he got back from his Knott's Berry Farm trip?
I can only speculate
Okay.
from what I had heard.
All right. Now, you mentioned the fact that you also tapped some phone calls. Is that correct?
No,
That you saw a warrant to place, go ahead.
a tap is to listen to somebody. We did not listen to anybody.
Okay. Did you do any location? And I don't know what the proper word is. The warrant that you searched to be able to do a location on someone's phone like you did in this particular case. What's the term of that again? I'm sorry.
Tap and trace.
Tap and trace. That's right. I thought I had the first word right. So did we happen to do a tap and trace on Melanie Gibb and David Warwick's phone as well?
No,
Okay. So the link to get Chad Daybell's phone information, that was based on the fact that you saw Chad and Lori holding hands at the Hobby Lobby and that they were married at that time, correct?
can you give me a little more than link?
All right. The reason for the search warrant to get Chad Daybell's phone is that he was married to Lori Vallow, correct?
Yes.
There was no indication that he had any involvement in the disappearance at that time of JJ Vallow, correct?
Other than he wasn't responding to our requests.
Well, he wasn't responding to yours because you didn't call him, right?
Well, I believe attempts were probably made to his phone, not by myself.
Okay. And the question is that you said probably. So you really don't know the length and extent of what was taken to contact Chad Daybell, do you?
That's right.
So when you testified earlier today, when you said attempts were made to contact Chad Daybell, you really don't know what the attempts were made, do you?
I can't be specific, no.
Well, you can't give us any information because you don't know. Isn't that right?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
You don't know, do you?
Pryor, Mr. Pryor. Once I make a ruling, then the witness gets to answer the question, so don't jump in with another question like that.
I'm sorry, Judge. You can answer it.
I know attempts were made.
Now, on the subject of cell tower information, cell tower information coverage is really designed to show a phone company has an area, specific area covered, correct?
Roughly.
Yeah. And it's not a way to locate where a device is. It's not appropriate to use cell tower coverage to show where a phone is in a particular location, is it?
It would be of the three methods, the least accurate.
Okay. Well, the least accurate would be there's cell towers that are shooting down a coverage area, and what the least accurate is that that's showing that potentially the phone's in that designated area that covered by the cell tower, right?
Of three areas, yes.
Right. Okay. So the wedding photos, it's not unusual to have photos of a wedding, is it?
No,
And you don't know on that thumb drive that you said the family pictures of Mr. Daybell, you don't know whether those were copied to another thumb drive, do you?
I do not.
And just the photos of themselves are not anything peculiar or particularly alert to anything, correct?
Are you talking about the wedding photos?
Wedding photos, yeah.
No,
And did you research why people use malachite?
it has something to do with the spirituality and other things.
Okay. And you have no information that Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow, prior to the searches of the Malachite rings and the purchase of the rings, had ever discussed getting married. Is that right?
Not that I know.
Judge, could I have one moment, please?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes the cross-examination then. Mr. Wood, any redirect?
Just briefly.
Very well.
Detective, you were asked about doing a search on Melanie Gibbs' phone and David Warwick's phone. Correct?
Correct?
You testified earlier about a geofence.
Yes.
Did Melanie Gibb or David Warwick's phones show up in that geofence?
No.
And you asked about Melanie Gibb and David Warwick and doing a tap and trace on them. And you didn't do that, correct?
That's correct.
At the time you did tap and trace warrants on Lori and Chad, was Melanie Gibb cooperating with law enforcement?
Yes.
So you didn't have to do a tap and trace to find her.
No, we were in communication with her.
You were asked about any link between Chad and the search for JJ, correct?
Correct.
Where was JJ Vallow's body found?
On Chad Daybell's property.
Were any of Melanie Gibb or David Warwick's kids found on Chad Daybell's property?
No.
Grounds? The objection's untimely, overruled.
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
All right, that'll conclude the testimony then of Officer Stubbs. I'm going to inquire of the state, is there a potential that this witness is going to be recalled for further questioning during trial?
Your Honor, it's not likely. We have with our law enforcement officers, though, decided we're probably not going to release them just in case we need them for rebuttal.
Okay, well, in that case, then Officer Stubbs, you are still subject to the court's exclusionary order, so please don't follow the trial or watch the trial in any way after you step down in case you're recalled, unless you're advised by the prosecutors you can do so. If you are recalled, I'll be inquiring on whether or not you've abided by that instruction. Thank you for providing your testimony. You can go ahead and step down, and I'll let the state call another witness once you leave.
Your Honor, if the state would call Steve Daniels, I do need to confer with my team about something really quick, but we would be calling Steve Daniels.
Okay, take a minute to do that.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Okay, the witness has been sworn. What title do you prefer, Mr. Daniels?
Agent.
Okay, thank you. Agent Daniels, there's an exclusionary order in this case, meaning people testifying are not permitted to view testimony of those that testified before. And the case has been live streamed as well as open to the public. Have you viewed or watched or in any way observed trial testimony since this case began?
No, I have not.
Okay, have you discussed with anyone else the testimony they've given during trial?
No, I have not.
All right, with that declaration, then Mr. Woods, if you'd like to proceed with your direct, you may.
Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your name for the record? Steve Daniels, last name Daniels. What is your occupation? Special agent with the FBI. How long have you worked for the FBI? I've worked for the FBI for 26 years, approximately. At any time in your work with the FBI, were you a part of the evidence response team? I was. What is the evidence response team? The evidence response team is basically the crime scene investigation team. We do forensics for the FBI. How does someone become a member of, now the evidence, we're saying evidence response team, can we call that ERT? Yes, we can. Is that how you normally refer to it? Correct. Yes. To shorten the time, how does someone become a member of ERT? And real quick, approximately 1 year ago, I stepped off of our ERT team. Okay, so you're no longer a member of ERT. Correct. Okay. When did you become a member of ERT? I was on ERT and off ERT. My original entry on ERT was approximately 2001. How does a member of the FBI become a part of ERT? Once you become an FBI employee, then there's a hiring process to become an ERT member, like an internal process to become a member. Okay. And what training is necessary for that? Once you become an official ERT member, then you get to go back to Fredericksburg, Virginia, and you receive an 80-hour ERT training, a basic training. And at that basic training, that's where you kind of learn the original beginning policies, procedures, how to process crime scenes, how to process, execute search warrants, that type of thing. And did you complete that basic ERT training? Yes, I did. Is there advanced training available for ERT members? Yes, there's a lot of advanced trainings after you get the 80-hour basic course completed. What, if any, advanced trainings did you complete as a member of ERT? I completed a lot of advanced trainings. I think the one that's relevant today would be the Recovery of Human Remains course. And I completed that one approximately March of 2014. And at that course is held at the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. And that's a course, it's a 40-hour course. And you have to complete the basic ERT course and another course, advanced course, before you take it. And the pertinent things are, that's the course where you're taught by certified experts from the University of Tennessee how to process human remain recovery sites. So how to collect those sites, how to process the sites. They have a large area where they actually have human remains. And during the course, and it kind of varies, but you get to excavate approximately 4 to 5 burial sites. So my course, we excavated approximately 4 human remains sites during the course. And then at the end of your excavations, your team members or each team will present those, their excavations, what they did, how they did it to each other. So you kind of learn from that. And then besides that, in this area, there's other
human remains that are at various states of decomposition. So throughout the course, you kind of learn how the human remains, how they decompose under different circumstances, different variables, and that's all part of the training.
And you completed that training.
Correct, in 2014.
Have you, other than this case, ever participated in the recovery of human remains?
Yes. So since 2001 to approximately a year ago, I've participated in many different circumstances of recovering human remains.
At any time, did you hold a leadership position within ERT?
Yes.
What was that?
When I left ERT, I was the senior team leader for the evidence response team out of Salt Lake City, Utah, out of the Salt Lake City division. And our division covers the states of Utah, Idaho, and Montana.
Were you involved with a search of the Chad Daybell residence on June 9th and 10th of 2020?
I was.
What was your involvement there?
I was the ERT senior team leader for that search.
And who asked you to be a part of that search?
Approximately 1 week prior to the search, a local FBI case agent from the area contacted me and informed me that there would be a search warrant execution on the Chad Daybell property. And one of the things we would be looking for would be human remains.
And do you know where Chad Daybell's residence is located?
Yes.
Where is that?
It's in Fremont County, Idaho. And I'd have to look up that address now. I can't remember the exact address.
That's okay. What did you and your team do in preparation for the search of Chad Daybell's property?
So once that FBI agent contacted me about a week prior to the search warrant execution, I spoke with that FBI agent who was one of the case agents for the FBI. And then we contacted local Rexburg Police Department. And then I would have contacted our evidence response team unit, and our evidence response team unit oversees all evidence response teams nationwide. And then I would have contacted the evidence or our FBI laboratory. And at the FBI laboratory, we have a group called the Operational Projects Unit. And together, all of us came up with a search strategy. So we kind of pulled our resources together, talked about this case, this search, this execution, and then the Operational Projects Unit was able to give us some satellite imagery of that property. The case agents, the local police were able to provide us with some information about the case. One of the things was like telephone information, text message information, and we kind of put that all together to come up with a plan. So we had a little bit of prior knowledge before we got there. So we kind of had a little bit of an idea of what we wanted to do.
When did you arrive on the Daybell property?
It would have been June 9th of 2020, and it would have been sometime after 7 a.m.
What was the first thing you instructed your team to do?
Since we had a week of preparation, we had approximately 8 ERT team members, official team members on site. So given that week of preparation, our team members were pre-assigned roles. So we kind of all had at least an initial role or responsibility prior to arrival. So some of those roles would have been to start a crime scene sign-in log, start overall photography of that crime scene. And that just involves getting as-is photos of what that property looks like. And we had a plan in place for how we wanted to start with some priority areas. And then I would have been starting my own log. I have an administrative log that I do. And one of the things, my responsibilities as a team leader is to do a walkthrough. So just doing a survey walkthrough of that property to see what we're actually dealing with now that we're there. And those are some of the initial things.
And I'm sorry if I missed it. Did you designate priority areas for search?
We had a couple priority areas. So one of our known priority areas from the aerial imagery that we looked at ahead of time, like satellite imagery, we knew there was a fire pit on the scene So that was a priority area for us for sure. So 2 of my ERT team members, they were designated to find the fire pit or go to it since we knew it was already there. And they were designated to further assess that fire pit. We knew from the aerial images that there was a fire pit, at least from whatever date our images were from. But we needed to, once we got there, we needed to see, what does this fire pit actually look like? Could it have been somewhere else on the dates that we were really interested in? Which the dates we were really interested in were, what did this fire pit look like in September of 2019? So I had a couple team members that were just designated with, once we get there, go straight to the fire pit, trying to assess, what is it? What are we dealing with? Is there anything else in that area? And so we had 2 people designated to that for sure. We had a text message that talked about burying something in a pet cemetery. So we knew that there was some kind of pet cemetery supposedly on the property. So one of my jobs was to try to figure out, where is this pet cemetery? So that was something we didn't know, but we wanted to try to assess that and see if we could figure that out. So that was something I'd be looking for once we got there. And then we had a telephone ping that showed one of the suspects in the case. We had a few, 3 or 4 telephone pings on the property from that September of 2019 time of interest that we had pre-placed on a kind of a satellite image of the property that gave us a few indicators that in September of 2019, these persons were in these areas on the property. So at least that gave us an idea of, hey, let's at least go check out those areas to see if there's any discrepancies, anything interesting in the vicinity of those, where those telephone pings were at. So we had a couple of those areas that we for sure wanted to go check out. And one of those was northeast of what we assessed to be some kind of pond on the property from those aerial imageries.
Your Honor, I apologize. May I have a brief sidebar with counsel in the court?
Yes. All right, thanks, counsel. You can continue with direct. Mr. Wood.
Thank you. And so after that sidebar, Your Honor, I do have some pictures to admit by way of stipulation. I do have copies for court and counsel. The first set of pictures would be 170 F through GG. And I, by way of stipulation, move for those to be entered into evidence.
Any objection to 170 F through GG? Okay, exhibits 170 F through GG are all admitted.
The next set of photos is 170 QQ through 170, or I apologize, 170 V through 170 QQ.
Thank you.
And so by way of stipulation, I'd ask for those to be admitted.
Any objection to 170? Was it V through QQ?
V through QQ, V as in Victor.
Any objection to those?
And if I could just have one moment, Judge, please.
You may.
No object. No objection, Judge.
Okay,
Thank you. And the next set would be 170 WW through 170 XX.
all right, for the record, then 170 V through QQ were admitted. 170 WW through XX, I'll review those next. And I do want to clarify on marking, Mr. Wood, the first set of F through GG, I'm gonna call them out individually to track on the record if these are what you have as well. These were admitted, but it's 170 F, 170 G, 170 H, 170, and it goes to 170 X, 170 W, 170 V, 170 U, 170 T, and then it's 170 GG.
Yes.
Okay.
And I understand they are not necessarily exactly in an order, but that
Okay.
is what they are.
Because the second set would appear to overlap through the first, but they don't. So we'll track those. And again, when they're admitted and for the jurors, they're not necessarily all inclusive of those numbers in between or letters. So we'll make sure that's clear, but there's a third set now, which is WW through XX. Have you had a chance to review those, Mr. Pryor?
I have, Judge, and there's no objection.
Okay, so the set of pictures 170 WW through XX are admitted. And if they are to be published, Mr. Wood, any of these, please reference them clearly on the record so we're tracking which ones are being published.
Okay. And then, Your Honor, the next set of photos is 170 YY through 170 JJJ. I believe those come in by way of stipulation as well, so I'll move for their admission.
All right, Mr. Pryor, have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, Judge, and there's no objection.
Okay, the photographs that are contained in what's marked 170 YY through JJJ are admitted. And again, as you reference those throughout testimony, Mr. Wood, please clearly indicate which ones individually are being referenced.
And then, so I have two more sets. 170 KKK through 170 WWW. And if there's no objection, I'll move for the admission of those into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Okay, exhibits 170 KKK through WWW are all admitted also.
Thank you. And then the last set, Your Honor, is 170A through 170U. And if there's no objection, I'd ask that those be entered into evidence.
And if I could just have a moment, Judge.
You may.
I have no objection, Judge.
Okay, then 170A through U are also admitted. And again, council will ensure that on the record and the way they're entered, eventually the different sets are individually entered as exhibits. So those have all been admitted now.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I appreciate the court's patience in getting that clarified on the record. Agent Daniels, those pictures, were you able to look at those pictures as they were entered into evidence?
I was.
And do you recognize those pictures?
I do.
What are they?
Those are the photographs that our ERT photographers took while we were there on June 9th and 10th of 2020.
And did you work with other members of the FBI to create an interactive exhibit that detailed the work that you did you and your team did on the Daybell property on June 9th and 10th, 2020.
I did. I worked with our total station, our Salt Lake City total station operator. I worked with our Salt Lake City Faro scanner operator, and I worked with the operational projects unit. That's our unit at the FBI laboratory in order to come up with an interactive.
And you mentioned total station. Can you just very briefly describe for the court and the jury what a total station is?
So total station is just a measuring device, and it's a point-to-point measuring device. Sits on a tripod on one end, and on the other end, it has a pole, and at the top of the pole, there's a prism. And on the end that's on top of the tripod, it shoots a laser to the end with the pole with the prism on top. And then that laser will shoot back to the tripod end. And like I said, it's really good for longer distances, and it's a point-to-point measuring tool. So we can really, the team can kind of dictate which pieces of evidence or objects it shoots in or measures. So in a scene like the one we'll discuss today, it's good at outdoor scenes. It's good at long distance measurements. It's good at measuring perimeters or grids. And we'll discuss that today later.
Is it fair to say, is it somewhat similar to a surveyor's tool?
Yes, it's similar to what you'll see road construction crews using on the side of a road when they're shooting in longer distance measurements.
And you mentioned a Faro scanner. If you just briefly describe for the court and the jury what a Faro scanner is.
And the Faro scanner is another measuring tool that we'll use on our crime scenes. And it's also sits on a tripod, but there's just one measuring tool on the tripod, and it has a laser also, but the laser that it emits is directed by a mirror that spins on it, and it has a coverage area, horizontal coverage area of 360 degrees and a vertical area of 300 degrees. And as it rotates, it will shoot thousands, of measurements at a time. And we can't really, wherever we set that scanner, we can't really direct what it's picking up, but it's really good at scanning a lot of areas as it scans. And then we'll just move that around. And for this scene, we did just over 40 scans. So it's when they kind of complement each other. So it's really good using them on these scenes.
You talked about the total station and the Faro scanner. Is the data collected by that voluminous?
Yes.
Okay. And this exhibit that you worked to create, was it created to summarize the voluminous data you collected through photographs, total station, Faro scanner? Was it used to summarize that in a way that is presentable to a jury?
Yes. So there was a lot of data that was collected from all of these tools, and that all was presented to the defense and prosecution teams. And then this exhibit was meant to just summarize everything and make it as easy possible for everybody today.
And would that exhibit make it more convenient to provide your testimony rather than bringing in every Faro scan, every total station measurement?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Your Honor, based on Idaho Rule of Evidence 1006, the state would move to admit that demonstrative, or apologize, the summary exhibit 171 that the agent has just described.
All right, has defense counsel been able to review the exhibit? Is
Yes, Judge.
there any objection to the admission of summary exhibit 171?
With the understanding, Judge, that it's being offered as a summary of this officer's testimony.
All right, without objection then, and pursuant to Rule of Evidence 1006, the exhibit is admitted.
Perfect. And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
And just for the court's information, that exhibit is on a thumb drive.
Okay, so it'll be marked with the corresponding 171
Yes.
designation. Okay.
I believe I gave the court a courtesy copy earlier, and then this one will be presented into evidence.
Very well.
Agent, is this the exhibit you prepared?
Yes, it is.
It's just taking a second to read. Your Honor, I apologize. I appear to be having a small technical difficulty. I'm going to try and reboot this.
Okay.
All right, I think I have it going. Agent, can you describe to the jury what they're seeing right now?
So this opening screen just shows the city of Rexburg to the south, and then north is going to be to the top of our screen on all of these. And then our Daybell property, Chad Daybell property is going to be up to the top here. And then I think the only thing else to mention is that on June 9th in the early morning, our ERT team staged at this Salem church as local law enforcement secured the Chad Daybell property prior to our arrival.
I apologize, Your Honor. It still seems to be having an issue. There we go. Or maybe not. Your Honor, I do apologize for the technical difficulty. I'm going to try and reboot this one more time. And if it doesn't work, we have an alternative way of presenting it through him.
Judge, could we approach this very so quickly? A sidebar.
I would prefer if Mr. Wood maybe continues working on that. Is there another prosecutor that can sidebar in his absence?
And good morning, Justin Lum here on the Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube channel. You're watching the Chad Daybell murder trial on the live stream as we speak. Quick sidebar right now, requested by John Pryor, Chad Daybell's attorney, and right now Rob Wood trying to figure out some technical difficulties. Hope you guys are doing well on this Friday, May 3rd, 2024. Happy Friday to you. Thank you to the almost 1,200 people watching today. Busy day in court. We're now on witness 45 still with Steve Daniels. He's with the FBI ERT discussing the discovery of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan on Chad Daybell's property back in June 9th of 2020. Going through some exhibits right now. Looks like parties have returned to their tables. Rob Wood's getting things together. I think we're looking like we're ready to go. Let's see what's going on now.
Yeah.
So your memory's not terrible. This part.
Why can I do with all of that? So that is stipulated. That does not only include stuff, that doesn't include Alex's garage now. It doesn't, one of those.
Again, I apologize. We this last night. So
I understand.
time. I don't know if we'd want to break for, I don't know if lunch would already be here. If it is, if we'd want to break for an early lunch, we can get this figured out.
If you think it's going to be some additional time, that's probably the best choice at this time.
You know, that may be the best choice. And if we could have, I don't know if it's possible today to have a shortened lunch based on what the court had mentioned earlier.
Okay, let's try and do that. We'll break for lunch at this time. It's 1:45. I'd like to try to get back on with additional evidence at 12:30 if possible for a 45-minute lunch recess. Hopefully that's enough time to get lunch to the jurors and allow everyone to take the necessary break. So we'll break now for the lunch recess and we'll resume back, hopefully starting back up at 12:30.
All right, please.
So.
Okay, early lunch in the Chad Daybell trial. These technical issues are just definitely not good. Slowing things down here in court. I don't know if lunch will end a little earlier. They say they go short lunch. Judge Boyce wants to get more evidence on. He wants things to get going, but Rob Wood and his team and the court have to get some technical things in order. I'm Justin Lum, Fox 10 investigative reporter covering the Chad Daybell trial. Here with you all for lunch, waiting on our special guest in a little bit. I guess do it right now. I think that's the best thing about doing this live stream. It's just we can just make the calls, figure it out as we go while you guys are with me. And let's get Nate Eden on right now as he runs to the car to eat. I love that. He's just like, I'm just gonna eat my lunch with you guys.
Yo,
Hey, do you want me to wait for you until you're in your car eating lunch? I'm actually
go for it.
oh wow, you're the man, dude. Happy Friday. Let me
Thank
get this
goodness
on.
it's Friday. I'm staying in Boise this weekend.
All right, Nate Eaton, on with us right now on our live stream. Say hello to everyone. Happy Friday to you
Hi,
once
everybody.
again.
It is Friday. It's a nice Friday here in Boise. A little chilly, but could be worse. Could have snow.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. What's going on with these technical difficulties? Let's just start with that. We want some momentum to get into this last day of the week.
I guess we're so used to television in news. Everything's got to go off without a hitch. I think that Rob Wood said that he tried to, or they practiced it last night and it didn't work, and hopefully we can get it going.
Yeah.
Keep this thing moving along.
Because this is such a key witness here. Steve Daniels, we heard from last year. He's with ERT, and we know what ERT means and how that team and the response to the Daybell property on June 9th. I mean, that's a lot of information and evidence that we're getting into. And I think that the jury has, just looking at this week, it's a blur. But they've been hit with a lot. What are you noticing with these jurors?
They've been pretty attentive when, for the most part, they're looking at their screens in front of them. They're taking detailed notes, many of them. I think that perhaps the prosecutor, Judge Boyce this morning said we're going to dismiss early today, around 2:30. I think that maybe the prosecutors thought, get this witness on the stand, go through all of the photos of the property, of what was found, all the mapping out and whatnot, and then get it out of the way before the weekend. Because it can be a little, it's very technical, as you know.
Very technical.
Trying to talk about it he was on the stand, I think, last year, 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours. So I expect will take the rest of the day, maybe continue into Monday.
Yeah, it seems like they have this rest of the session scheduled out for Mr. Daniels, but I was kind of surprised to see retired detective Dave Stubs on there for a good amount of time, and surprised to finally see the body cam video. I remember hearing the audio back when, it goes all the way back to Chad Daybell's preliminary hearing when the welfare check was done for JJ at Lori Vallow's home, but to see her mannerisms, to see that energy and the way she reacted to Ron Ball and Stubs and Rexburg police, what are your thoughts on seeing it right in front of you?
Yeah, it was interesting. I did remember seeing it last year, but of course last year we weren't in the courtroom. Yeah, if you weren't in the courtroom, you couldn't see it. It wasn't televised. So now everybody finally gets to see it. I thought it was interesting that John Pryor today asked Stubs, would you admit that Lori was convincing, trying to prove to the jury that she was able to convince Chad, I would imagine. And Stubs said, no, I don't think she was. There were a lot of questions, and obviously when police went at that time, they knew more than they were letting on. They knew that she was married to Chad. So when she said Chad was her brother's friend, I'm sure they thought, that's not right. They knew enough to go back 10 minutes later to say, we can't get a hold of Melanie Gibb. And then they knew enough to get a warrant and go back the next day when everything was cleared out. So, it is interesting to see that video, and would have been fascinating if Lori had been there the next day, what would have happened when they searched the place.
Yeah, they definitely had their poker face on. I think if you watch it for the first time or hear it for the first time ever, and you don't know the context of the investigation, you think, oh, it looks like police are dropping the ball here. They're just getting, charmed by Lori Vallow. But they already had a hunch. The investigation had began. They had already been in talks with Gilbert PD. The shooting at Brandon Boudreaux's house had happened already. The knowledge of Charles Vallow's death was there, and I just think that you know, they didn't want to give away too much, but it was interesting to hear. Was it Ron Ball when he says Chad Daybell's name like kind of incorrectly too? He's like Chad Daybell. Doesn't he have a wife that just passed away? Like, I think they wanted to see what would come from Lori, and they were just trying to test the waters during that moment.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, really testing it. Yeah, he paused for a moment. DeBell, didn't his wife recently die? You know, he makes it sound like they're trying to figure it out. And Lori, it makes me wonder what was going through her mind. She did, you know, play it off of, yeah, he's an author. And then she answered that door when they went back, you know, a couple of minutes later, 10, 15 minutes later, and said, we can't get a hold of Melanie. Please have her call us. And obviously we know that who knows what was going on behind the scenes with them trying to reach Melanie as far as Chad and Lori and saying, lie, tell them JJ's with you, go take pictures at the mall or at the movie, whatever.
You know,
and then they took off. So we got to see today the video inside of the house, what was left behind. One thing that stuck out to me, Justin, is the fact that Melanie Boudreaux had all of her ex-husbands. Well, I don't know if they were legally divorced at the time, but all of Brandon's credit cards there and his driver's license right there on the counter.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, that's a lot of cards. And they were divorced around like, I think it started in the summer of 2019, it was happening. And so they were like very freshly divorced. To see the credit cards there was just, it gave me the same vibes. I know Melanie Pulowski has not been charged with anything. She's not, you know, she hasn't been identified as a suspect in any of this, but it just gave me the vibes that like Lori Vallow had the same kind of deal with Charles Vallow and his cards and the way she did her finances. It just gave me that sort of feeling by seeing that image. But it's crazy to think that is the third time, I believe, Lori Vallow's captured on body cam. In that year, she's on Gilbert body cam in the beginning of the year, then she's on Chandler body cam, and now she's on a Rexburg body cam. Like, those are huge red flags that, in a common thread, that she's interacting with police after things are happening, events are happening, and I don't know if she gets better at handling it or she's just used to it, but it's always fascinating to see the mannerisms. I like to know, though, going back into the testimony prior, Heather Daybell, wow, what were your thoughts going through your mind as all the topics were covered?
Yeah, Heather was quite the witness. She was calm. She stated the facts. She did not appear intimidated or nervous. She had just had a surgery, and so her voice was a little weak, and they did mention, if you need to take breaks, let us know. She didn't need to take a break. But she laid out the fact that they had a pretty normal, somewhat relationship up until Chad and Tammy moved to Rexburg, and Heather and Matt, her husband, moved to Rexburg to kind of get away from the family. They had decided it would be best if they lived away, and they loved it. That was their place. And so when Chad says, I had a vision to move to Rexburg, Heather was like, no, please. And even said that they'd take them around to go house hunting in other parts of Rexburg. And where did they end up? A half mile down the road in the same LDS congregation in the same neighborhood. And Heather said she broke down and cried when she found that out. And so one of the parts that really was, I think, took a lot of people back or made them think was when Heather said that after Tammy and Chad moved there, she got a little concerned for Tammy that she wasn't making friends or, was just a little depressed maybe. And so she told Chad, we want to have you guys over. And Chad said, okay, but only ask me the questions. Don't direct anything to Tammy. And Heather was asked, so did you do that? She said, no, I asked Tammy questions. She's a grown woman. She can talk for herself. Mm-hmm. And it seemed as if that was, the pattern with Chad. He got the revelations. He got the visions. Tammy just kind of went along with it. I mean, one day he brought over Julie Rowe to Heather and Matt's house, and they were walking together in the backyard with Tammy behind them with the kids, and they were talking, she said, pretty intimately, Julie and Chad. And again, it was this pattern of Heather noticing things that were not right. And when she tried to bring it up with the family, she said she was called a pot stirrer. She tried to bring it up with the church leaders, and it seemed like nothing was ever really officially done. And she laid it all out there. I thought it was a good moment. I think that people would have loved to hear more from Heather, because
Yeah.
I'm sure she has a lot more to say. But, you know, as far as this trial is concerned, she won't be back on the stand. Pryor had issued her a subpoena, and he said he does not intend to call her back, though.
I mean, it means that Heather was really one of the first people that we know of that had red flags about Chad Daybell, or suspicions or concerns. I'll say concerns about him and what he believed, because it was 2014, right? She was talking about the visions he was sharing, earthquakes happening in Utah and other catastrophic events, and why they had to go to Rexburg. I mean, I can't imagine her hearing that. And then also her son saying that Uncle Chad was telling him he's supposed to be some leader, somebody very important. And now here we are in trial. It's just, that's strange.
Yeah, she was not happy when Chad went to their son saying he's going to be a leader. She told him, leave it alone. You know, don't do that. And she was worried when Chad said, we're moving here, that he was going to start spreading these teachings to their neighbors, to their friends, to people that Matt and Heather knew, and she didn't want that.
Yeah.
And sure enough, it happened. I mean, we know what happened. So, yeah, I think with Heather, it was probably a little bit of all of the emotions. I talked with her and Matt after. They didn't want to do any interviews or you know, go on the record or anything. But she said she's relieved to have it done, and now they can move on to happier things. Tomorrow is Matt's birthday. They're going to go have a weekend away together, and it's also Tammy Daybell's birthday. They share a birthday. But anyway, it's probably a relief for them, and probably a testimony that I think the jurors will really remember, the fact that of Heather just laying out kind of the groundwork and the foundation of these beliefs being taught, 10 years ago.
Yeah, and his beliefs, his teachings were able to spread outside of the area to other people, clearly, as we see in Arizona with Lori in this inner circle. But as a journalist, it always makes me wonder, in that small community, were there people that actually did start to believe Chad and his teachings? That was the very thing that Heather says she was afraid of. I wonder if it's still the case out there in Salem, Rexburg, even despite what has happened.
I think that this case was a big awakening. I'm sure there are still some people that are into it. I mean, there are people all over that really love the Doomsday type television shows and prepper type shows. Obviously, this was a completely different level to that. I think, though, that I don't know if very many people still reading Chad Daybell's book. Although, Justin, I just got a message from some of my colleagues back in Idaho Falls that somebody sent me a few of the books. They're sitting on my desk when I get back.
Wow, why does somebody send you his books?
Yeah, I think they found them in their attic, or they were cleaning up and found them, and they didn't want them, and they said, hey, maybe Nate don't want them. So you can send me your Chad Daybell books, I guess. I don't know if I'll spend much time reading them. I know you and I, early on, we tried to get through some of them, and just not my type of reading. But if you like them, okay. But as far as people, I don't know how many how many followers he has at this point.
Yeah.
One of the witnesses, I don't remember who, John Pryor tried to talk about, did he have all of these followers? Well, we know he had this small group. There was this small group that were really listening to him, and maybe a few extended out, but I don't know if you could fill a room with people that were completely devoted to what he had to say.
And yesterday morning, so I reposted, not retweeted, your video of Sheila Daybell walking in, and that's when I was like, okay, this is it, right? Like, she hasn't been in the courtroom watching. She's must be under subpoena. What's going to happen here? And she takes a stand, and I think that was huge. I mean, that is her son sitting across from her, accused of murder and could get the death penalty. And she's there testifying, but I don't know, did we gather anything from what she said, or her answers, her short yes or no answers, that confirmed, anything for the jury?
I thought what was most interesting out of her testimony was the fact that after Tammy died, she met up with her husband and met up with Chad and Lori and her husband at a Texas Roadhouse in Idaho Falls. And they didn't know anything about Lori, and they get there, and here's this, outgoing, vivacious blonde woman they're both wearing rings, and Chad's dad says, well, are you going to get married? And they say, we already are. I mean, how do you not tell your parents that? How do you, it was just stunning to me. And I realized she was only on the stand for a couple of minutes. I mean, out of the grand scheme of things, she may have been on the stand the shortest.
Yeah.
But that incident to me proves that even their own mother, his own mother, did not know about it. And Sheila talks to Chad often in jail and is, has had contact with him over the past 4 years plus. And it's just crushing. I just cannot imagine my own mother taking the stand. Not that I'll ever be in a murder trial, but how do you even do that? And it's been interesting to watch Chad. He has not been over emotional with his family members in the court. He's just kind of been himself. I mean, the first day that Matt Daybell walked in, I did notice he said right to Pryor, "That's my brother," and kept trying to look at him. And Matt looked at him, and they had a moment where they met eyes, and kind of smiled. And they're still brothers. He was not there as a support for sure. You want to make that clear. Matt did not sit anywhere near the defense. He sat right by Larry and Kay, right behind the prosecution, and he was there on behalf of them. So
yeah, it's got to be hard. I mean, to look at your brother in the eye after not seeing each other for so long and knowing what's going on and how everything's transpired. We didn't see. I mean, Lori Vallow's family. I mean, Colby and Summer testified last year by like a parent, a mother figure, father. Like we didn't have that. So this has already been a little bit different here. Do you feel like the jury's keeping eyes on Chad, is watching him, or they're accepted that he doesn't show a lot of expression?
I don't want to say he kind of blends into the scenery, but he kind of does, and that's very different than Lori. I mean, we would every day look at Lori. She'd be doing something different. She was writing notes constantly to her attorney. She'd smile, she would laugh, she would roll her eyes. She reacted to stuff. Chad doesn't. Chad will write. Chad has a computer in front of him that he'll go through the evidence. He'll chat with Pryor. I see them smiling and laughing a little bit occasionally, but it's not. They've said this over and over. He's not the most dynamic person in the room. Pryor is really trying to play up the fact that he's humble, he's quiet, he's an introvert. He's not this, walk in the room and everybody lights up. That's not him. And that's how it is coming across in the courtroom. Whether that benefits him or not, I don't know. The jury could think, oh, he is this modest guy, but as more and more evidence is being put up and more witnesses testify, we're about to go in this afternoon to everything found just steps away from his back door. Those children buried in the yard. So if there was any question on his role or any question on how maybe his property played into it or whatnot, the jury will have more answers, here in a couple hours.
Yeah, the jury's going to see all the facts on his property, and I don't know if they will care if he's a charming, socializing guy or introvert. Like, I don't know if that makes a difference. Like, there's plenty of murder cases out there where the defendant is someone who doesn't speak much at all. I know that. So I don't know if that's something they focus on, but John Pryor likes to point at Lori Vallow as the charming, potentially manipulative one that walks in a room and gets all the attention, and it's like he's implying that Chad Daybell fell for that in some way. I don't know, and he has this fascination, a focus on Melanie Gibb. Why do you think he keeps using Melanie Gibb and David Warwick and Cross?
I think it's trying to poke holes in the story. I mean, he does have a point that Melanie Gibb and David were there that weekend that JJ was last seen, and the weekend that they believe he died. And perhaps he's saying, or he's trying to insinuate that they may have been involved, and the jury should think about that they were never investigated. But this morning when that was brought up, Rob Wood came back and said, were Melanie Gibb or David Warwick's kids found buried at Chad's house? No, they were not. And that's why their phones they didn't do the tap and trace. Also, they cooperated with the cops, whereas Lori and Chad were not. So,
Wow. And there was this very intense moment between Pryor and Stubbs, and Judge Boyce interjected and was like, that's enough, where Pryor said, "You don't know." It was like a movie for a moment, but I just wonder what that was like in the courtroom and right in front of you.
well, Judge Boyce, we've seen him,
Yeah.
I don't want to say lose his temper, but raise his voice a time or two. And today was one where John Pryor gets going so fast that if the prosecution objects, he'll just keep going. And before the judge even rules, or if the judge rules on Pryor's behalf, it's a win to him, he keeps going with another question. And that's what happened this morning, that the prosecution objected. Judge Boyce said overruled, meaning the person could answer the question, and Pryor went ahead, and Boyce said, "Mr. Pryor, you have to let me rule, and he can answer the question." And Pryor did apologize. I think Pryor just gets so wound up that he, gets going. Justin, we have an early lunch today,
Okay.
so I'm going to head back in the courthouse. There is one protester standing outside the courthouse, just FYI. It says, with a sign that says "Jesus is orange." So I don't even know if it has to do with this case at all. But just so you know, other than that, there's a couple other people here, and that's the picture. We'll be back on Monday.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to you soon. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Bye. All right. Nate Eden, always great insight. Getting back into the courtroom, as was a shorter lunch today, as they want to get this technical issue solved. Hopefully they did that. And then witness 45, Steve Daniels with the FBI, will be back on the stand to talk about that terrible, gruesome discovery on June 9th of 2020. A lot of facts going to be laid out once again. We've heard about the discovery before, but from different witnesses, specifically Ray Hermosillo, Rexburg Police. That seems like it was so long ago. But yes, okay. Sorry I couldn't get to all of your comments. These comments are flying by. But if you're asking about the jurors' reactions, Nate says they've been paying attention. They've been taking notes. There hasn't been any drop off with that. And like he said, Chad Daybell's reaction and expression and body language isn't really changing much at all. So you can stare at him all day, but probably best to pay attention to what exhibit is being shown, the witness on the stand, how they're answering these questions, especially after yesterday's huge testimony from Heather Daybell that went on pretty much for most of the day. And then now we're getting into more of the law enforcement. They're going back and forth. Law enforcement, family members, such a good mixture, so many witnesses. We'll be at 50 witnesses next week easily. And last year there was around 60. Maybe they want to bring on more. I'm talking about the state. So we are also in the process of getting body camera video on that we saw today. We did yesterday as well for the welfare check. You can check that out on our YouTube channel. We also have Sheila Daybell's full testimony. It was only 17 minutes in total with direct, cross, redirect, and I think if there was recross. It was short, but it's Chad Daybell's mother, and if you haven't seen that, I encourage you to watch that, or at least some of it. All right, guys, so I'm going to take a quick break myself, and we will get back in here when court is back in session. Thank you guys for watching our stream on Fox 10 Phoenix.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, if we could have the jurors brought in, please.
All right, Reed. Please, President Counter for your honor.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we've concluded the lunch break. We're back on the record on CR 22-21-16-23, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. Agent Daniels is on the stand in direct examination. I'll remind the agent he's still under oath for his testimony. And Mr. Woods Mr. Wood is continuing with direct and had an exhibit you were working on that I understand is functioning now. Is that right?
Yes, and I thank the court for your patience.
Okay, thank you. If you want to go ahead and continue with direct, you may.
All right, if I may publish through the HDMI.
Yes.
Agent Daniels, you were in the process of just quickly describing what this picture shows.
On the bottom, it just shows the city of Rexburg, and it shows the Salem Church where the ERT team staged the morning of June 9th, 2020, prior to the search warrant execution. And at the top, which is north, and it'll be north on all of the pictures that we show, it shows the Chad Daybell property.
And just to clarify, you were part of the search there on June 9th, correct?
Correct. I was the ERT senior team leader.
All right. Agent, I'm going to start with the house on the property. Can you describe what you see in this picture? And Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 170 VV.
This is just an overall photo showing the front door of the residence, which is located on the west side of the property.
Okay. And can you explain what you saw in this picture and where it was taken?
This is just a vantage point photo, and it was taken on the second story level of the residence, which is right about there. And the picture is taken outside of this window, and it's just looking towards this large tree. And that's in the area of where we found JJ Vallow's human remains. And then in that photo, you see a trailer there, and that's not typically there. That's a law enforcement trailer.
And where was this photo taken from?
This is another vantage point photo from that same window on the second story of the residence. And I'm pointing to it with my laser pointer. And it's just showing, we've just changed directions a little bit. So now it's showing some of the outbuildings. We call them outbuildings. So a chicken coop, another shed, and then there's a larger garage or barn in the background. And just past that garage is where we found Tylee Ryan's human remains. And then over to the right, I'm trying to point to it with my laser pointer, and this area is the area of where the fire pit was located. And then there's another law enforcement vehicle right here that typically isn't there. And with these vantage point photos, we're just trying to show the perspective. If you were a resident in the home, these are some of what you would see looking out of the home.
Judge, could I have a listing of what picture number that was last?
That was 170TT.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Wood, if you'll try to reference
Yes.
those each time, thank you.
And this next picture is 170WW. Agent, if you can tell us what you see and where that was taken from.
This is another ERT photograph, another vantage point photo from the residence, and it's looking through a kitchen window. And this time it's still pointing to the east part of the property. And this time you can see kind of that area of that large garage or barn. Eventually we'll see better pictures of that barn, but this is the area where there's a large garage door, so the entryway to that barn. And then on what ends up being the southeast corner of that garage or barn, there's kind of a man door. So from this photo, you can see the entryways to that large garage. And then past that garage again was where we end up locating Tylee Ryan's burial site. And then just to the right is the area of the fire pit.
And Your Honor, this photo is 170SS. If you can just briefly describe where that was taken from and what you see.
This is another ERT photo, and it was taken from one of the bedrooms on the southeast portion of the residence. And it's another vantage point photograph. And as you look to the east of the property, again, you can see the outbuildings, the entrances to those outbuildings. You can see the entrance to the garage. There's a garage door in this area where I'm pointing. And then there's a man door. Can't really see it, but it's in the southeast corner of that garage or barn. And then you can see the top part of the large tree. And in at the base of that tree in that area is where we found JJ Vallow's remains. And then just past the large garage is where we found Tylee Ryan's remains. And just in this area is where the fire pit's located.
And Your Honor, I misspoke. That was picture 170XX.
Okay.
And Agent, you testified earlier about how when you got there, you picked out some areas of interest. Can you, with your pointer, show the jury where those areas were?
Prior to arriving from our aerial images that we saw, like satellite imagery, this was the area of the fire pit. So we knew that was a priority area. We were going to look for Pet Cemetery, which we didn't know where it was on the property yet. And then we had some telephone ping information. One of those pings was in the area up here where I'm trying kind of circling. JJ's human remains end up being found where that orange rectangle is. And our pet cemetery ends up being found in this area right here. And that square ends up being Tylee's burial site. But at the time, prior to arrival, we didn't know that was going to be exactly that was going to be Tylee's burial site. We didn't know exactly that was going to be JJ's burial site.
I'm gonna click on this fire pit area. and click on show measurements. Can you explain for the jury what those measurements are?
So initially, when we arrived, we had 2 team members that were designated to go to the known fire pit and start assessing what are we dealing with on June 9th. And so part of that assessment, they started observing ash on the ground in the area of this fire pit. And they started setting up this grid. So this outer portion that I'm highlighting right now is the outer perimeter of the grid they set up. And the reason they did that was just because of the ash that they could see on that ground in the vicinity of the fire pit. And with the grids that they ended up setting up, they just kind of quadranted out. So they made a quadrant here, a quadrant there, one right here around the fire pit, and then the fire pit actually became a quadrant. So that was just an easy way for us to kind of designate and search each of those individual quadrants and search the fire pit, and we'll get into that in a minute. And it just, as we collect those items from each quadrant or grid, it's just an easy way for us to kind of document where things came from. And then in a minute, we'll show some photos of a charm that we located. And that's dot right there is where the approximate location of where we found a silver charm. And we didn't get an exact measurement to that charm, but with our total station measuring tool that I described earlier, we total stationed in all of these outer points, the perimeter and inner points, like just where these corners meet of this grid. And with our operational project unit was later able to take a measurement from that northeastern corner and then take a measurement. This fire pit ring ends up being center blocks. So at each end of each of the center blocks, we took a total station measurement. So from those measurements, we were able to get a precise measurement of that northeastern corner to one of the ends of our center blocks. And so that's the measurement you're seeing there, 33 feet, 1 inch. And so you get an approximate distance from the northeast corner to the fire pit ring. And so we're at least able to show you an approximate distance as to where that silver charm was located.
So, Agent, I'm going to click on these photos. And Your Honor, this photo is 170CCC. Can you explain for the jury what this vantage point is?
This is just an overall photograph showing an as-is photo. And in this photograph, once we were there, we could assess that this was an area, or I was able to assess that, hey, this is probably where our pet cemetery is. And I made that assessment based on there was a small dog statue right there at the bottom of that pole. And then in front of this dog statue, there were some discrepancies to the ground or some depressions. And so I was quickly able just to make a pretty decent sized square in this vicinity and get a team to start processing that area. And that's what we called our pet cemetery initially. And then in the background, you can kind of see where the fire pit area is back here. And so that's just an as-is photo showing what that looked like initially.
And this photo?
And this is just an example of that, the piece of the measuring equipment you see in the middle there, that's our Faro scanner. It just sits on a tripod. And then this fluorescent tape that you can see around on the ground, that's the team starting to create those grids that you can see over on the left side here. So the creation of the grids, and then you can see our Faro scanner starting to take scans of that area.
And Your Honor, that's States Exhibit 170FFF. And this is States Exhibit 170BBB as in Bravo. And Agent, can you describe what you see here?
And knowing that there was a fire pit and knowing that that could be a place where we could potentially find evidence, we processed this fire pit, and we wanted to show this photo just to talk about that a little bit. So this is an as-is photo of what this fire pit looked like when we arrived on June 9th. And the way we're going to process this fire pit is we're just going to process it layer by layer. And I'll probably say that a lot today, but we're going to process this layer by layer. We're going to take that initial top layer of tree branches out of there, look through it for evidence. And then eventually when we start getting to the soil and debris that's in the fire pit, we'll start processing that soil and debris. And we've got a particular way that we'll process that. We put a tarp down, and then we have sifters. So we have wooden sifters, and within these sifters, we have wire mesh. And then on top of that tarp, we use 5-gallon buckets. And so eventually we'll get shovels and usually end up scooping out the different soil, the layers of soil into these 5-gallon buckets. And then it's a team effort. So the team members will start taking the soil to the sifters. And it's usually at least a 2-person operation. One person's required to operate the sifter. You kind of have to shake it back and forth. And at least one person has to pour the 5-gallon buckets of soil and debris into the sifter. And then you start watching to see what you're collecting. And then we'll start, if there's anything valuable that shows up, we'll start collecting that. So that's kind of a quick explanation of what that process is like. And that sifting process is done at the fire pit. Eventually, when we start identifying the burial sites, we do a sifting process at JJ's burial and at Tylee's burial. So that's a common sifting process that's done throughout this scene this day, or these days.
Your Honor, this is photo 170 AAA. And Agent, can you tell the jury what's going on in this photo?
And this is just, we're continuing that process I just described. So those tree branches are obviously gone. We're at a new layer. And then we're just continuing to go through these different layers. And that process I just described would be happening. And then as we're going through that soil and we're sifting the soil, we're going to start collecting evidence. And we'll start to see some photos of that in a minute of what we start collecting. And then this just is just closer to being finished processing the fire pit. You can see that we've finally taken a rake. You can see the different lines through the soil. So we've raked a lot of that final layer. We've removed even the center blocks. So we've kind of getting close to completion here, but that's what it looks like kind of when you're done. And then a lot of the outside grids, they most likely didn't have any sifting done in those outside grids, but this raking process was probably done on those harder surfaces, and usually just a visual inspection of the harder surfaces with some kind of raking tool is all that would be required to see if you can see any evidence.
All right. And Your Honor, that was photo 170ZZ. Detective, what is, and Your Honor, this is photo 170YY. Agent, what did you observe in this photo?
This is a Pura Vida chain that was collected from the fire pit. So from that sifting operation that we did, this is one of the important pieces of evidence that we collected. And so this is the type of things that you will find when you do those, sift through all of that soil and debris. And then other things that were collected from the fire pit were possible bone fragments, possible organic material. There was at least one possible fabric piece and a possible cloth piece. And I'm using possible because at the time we're doing this out there, a lot of the smaller things that we're finding in fire pits, we can't make the determination on scene. So for a lot of that stuff, we'll just collect that, and then later we'll send that to a laboratory to get determinations.
Judge, can I voir dire a native objection?
You'll have to wait till another question now, Mr. Pryor.
And Agent, what did you observe in this photo?
This is the silver charm that was collected, and it's the one that will reference back to this red dot in the measurement screen over here at the northeast area. And
And
so,
Your Honor, I just, for the record, that's 170 D as in Delta.
and as the team was setting up this grid, this was one of the first pieces of evidence that we collected on June 9th. As they were setting up this grid, they observed that silver charm just outside of our grid perimeter.
All right. And what is that photo of?
This is just a closer view of that charm in place on the ground.
Thank you. And Your Honor, that's 170 GGG. And what do you observe in this photo?
This is the same charm in place. We've just placed a placard. And obviously, this is item number 1. So that was the first item collected.
And Your Honor, that's 170HHH. And this is 170III. And can you explain what you see there?
This is it. Now we've moved it. We've just put it on a piece of paper and with the same close-up photo with scale.
Your Honor, the court has States Exhibits 175 and 273. We'd ask that those be provided.
All right, we'll get those.
And then while they're getting that, if the state could be handed States Exhibit 6.
Submitted. What's that? Okay, we have 6. Did you also want 175 and 273?
Yes, those are 2 pieces of physical evidence that were brought in.
Oh, okay. And you want those brought in at this time?
If that's possible, Your Honor.
Yeah,
yes.
we can do that. So we've got some physical evidence that's going to be brought in at this point. I'll
273.
ask the bailiff to please coordinate that.
Your Honor, I might inquire now. These next 2 items are smaller items. Do you want them placed on the table or can they be given to Mr. Daniels on the stand?
Let's get them admitted first before they're handled, and then if they're smaller, I don't mind if the witness is able to handle them. You want to allow defense an opportunity to view those,
Yes.
and then we'll,
Marking them, Your Honor.
okay, thank you. All right, I'll instruct the bailiff, please hand those to the witness at this time, and you can inquire in aid of admission if you wish, Mr. Wood.
Thank you. Agent, do you recognize what's been marked as State's Exhibit 273?
Open these or?
Your Honor, may he open those to identify the, without showing to the jury to identify the content?
Yeah, and we do have gloves up there if you'd like to wear those. I don't know if that matters to the state and,
I think he's wearing some.
okay, didn't see that. Thank you.
I recognize these.
What does it purport to be?
It's the Pura Vida chain and the silver charm.
Okay, and which one was marked as 273?
The Pura Vida chain.
Okay. Is that the same chain that was collected from Chad Daybell's residence on June 9th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 273 be entered into evidence.
Any objection? All
No
right.
objection, Judge.
All right, without objection, then that was 273 is admitted.
And then can you identify State's Exhibit 175?
Yes,
What does that purport to be?
it's the silver charm.
And is that the charm that you and your team recovered on June 9th, 2020?
Yes, it is.
You recognize it to be the same?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, I'd ask that State's Exhibit 175 be entered into evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Very well, 175 is also admitted.
And Your Honor, we'd like to show those to the jury. I don't know how the court would like that. We do have plastic baggies they can be placed into, so nobody's actually handling them. If you want the witness or the bailiff to show it to them.
You can do that either way, Mr. Wood, or you could also probably project an image of them with the Elmo.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'll also mark these bags with this corresponding State's Exhibit numbers.
Yes, you may do that.
And may I publish by the Elmo?
Yes.
Agent, can you describe what you found in State's Exhibit 273?
This is the Pura Vida chain that was found inside the fire pit. And then on this end right here is where it says Pura Vida.
And was that actually in the fire pit?
That was in the fire pit. And then the team found that when we were conducting the sifting operation that I described.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 175.
All right, 175 is being published.
And can you describe what you see there?
That's the silver charm, and that's the charm that was found in that northeast corner, just outside of our grid perimeter. And that was seen on our exhibit, indicated by that red dot over by the measurement area.
And Your Honor, for the record, I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 6. Agent, have you seen this image before?
I have.
Do you know who that individual is?
Tylee Ryan,
Do you see her wearing any jewelry?
I do.
Does that jewelry resemble or look like the jewelry recovered from Chad Daybell's property?
It does.
Thank you. And Your Honor, if I can go back to the HDMI.
Okay.
Agent, I'm going to click on this area that's marked as Site 2. And what was Site 2?
Site 2 is the burial site for Tylee Ryan.
Your Honor, this is photo 170V. Agent, can you describe what the jury is seeing in this photograph?
This shows our initial pet cemetery site, and I'm kind of highlighting it with the pointer. And you can see the dog statue. This was the area that was right in front of the dog statue that I initially said was the pet cemetery. We ended up finding a dog remains in this area right in front of the statue, and then cat remains in this general area. And we processed that area initially by hand, kind of doing a layer by layer approach. Once those remains were removed, we utilized this backhoe. And the backhoe in this picture has started to go deeper in our initial excavation of the pet cemetery. And now the backhoe started to expand that initial site and go north on the property. And that's what we're seeing in this photo, is that expansion northward. And what we'll end up finding is Tylee Ryan's burial site will be in this just north of that initial pet cemetery area.
And Your Honor, I think at this point, you talked about turning off the
Publishing of these photos.
publishing of the photos to the public.
Okay.
This may be a good place.
Going forward here, there's going to be some more graphic imagery in these photos. I am advised, and for that reason, they'll be shown and published if requested to the jurors and the parties. However, the court's going to prohibit their introduction on the live stream or otherwise to members of the audience attending. So we'll get the monitors set up in order to continue to publish these photos going forward.
All right.
I don't know if we probably need to reseat some of the members of the public as well. So if everybody wants to just stand up and take a stand-up break for a moment, we'll get that arranged. All rise, please. So, so folks, all seats are fair game at this point. We got to clear off from this side. So you can sit anywhere in this general area, even in that front row, right over there where it says reserved, so we can accommodate everybody.
Okay, so some musical chairs happening right now. in the courtroom, some graphic evidence about to be shown to the jury. We are not going to be able to see these photos on the live stream, but again, Steve Daniels of the FBI taking the stand right now, continuing his testimony, still indirect. Rob Wood leading the way here for the prosecution. And just moments ago, tough to see, you saw that silver charm that belonged to Tylee Ryan, found in the pet cemetery area. And really, it's so clear to see this graphic, what was put together by the witness on the projector screen, giving you this virtual tour of Chad Daybell's backyard, and just that process. This evidence we talked about with Nate Eaton of East Idaho News during the break, of how crucial it's going to be. No matter what the jury thinks of Chad Daybell's personality or what he seems like, his body language, any of that, what matters here right now at the end of the day is where these victims were found, the evidence at hand. It is going to get very graphic. It's going to be tough to watch, tough to hear. We've gotten some of this earlier in trial, but now we're really getting into the details with the FBI. Steve Daniels is with the ERT, and that group basically was instrumental in this gruesome discovery here. But just seeing that charm, that necklace right there, that I think hits home for the jury. Thank you to those 1,000 people watching right now. Let's get back into the courtroom.
But the key thing was, at this point, we stopped and we had a forensic, or we had an anthropologist with us on scene, and we tried to make a determination if this was human or not. And while that determination was being attempted, I caught an odor of human remains decomposing. And so that leads us to stop utilizing the tractor, and we start processing this area by hand.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170X. Agent, can you describe what you see in this photo?
This photo was taken around that same time frame that the two vertebrae were uncovered by the tractor. And once we smelt that possible human remain decomposing, and we saw those potential vertebrae that could be human remains, these bricks that are in the top portion of that photo, those were so close to this area. And at the time, we don't know yet if these are human remains. But if that is human remains, those bricks are close enough to where this human remains could be, that we decided we wanted to keep those, or potentially keep those, as evidence. So this photo just shows kind of that initial, we may be onto something here. This photo just helps show that initial, our clue that we could be hitting human remains. And it's important to note that at this time, we had already found JJ's burial site. And when we get to JJ's burial site, he was covered with stones and cement blocks, or stones and cement. So we had an idea that it's possible her remains something could have been placed on top of her human remains too. And then in the middle of this photo,
Agent, if you could just, one moment, I need to identify this photo for the court, 170Y. And what did you observe in this photo?
This is a photograph we took, and then it's important to note that I wish I could point to it, but in the middle of this photo, this is the other vertebrae that was discovered around this same time. So these were the two vertebrae that the anthropologist was trying to make that determination on, is this human or not? But again, at this time, we couldn't make that determination yet, but we decided to start using hand tools.
Agent, can you see the mouse from my computer screen?
Yes.
Is this
Yes.
what you were talking about?
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you.
And Your Honor, this is 170Z. Agent, what do you see in this photo?
In the very middle of that photo, there's a larger white piece of bone. And that area ends up being Tylee's burial site.
And Agent, I don't mean to interrupt you, but is this what you were speaking about with
Yes.
my mouse? Okay.
And then I wanted to take a second on this photo and again, at this time, we couldn't tell, we weren't positive that these were human remains, but we were treating it like it could be, and we were going to start excavating. And I just wanted to take a second to how we process these scenes is we'll set a perimeter and then we'll start processing layer by layer. So try to take layer by layer and excavate the site, just so that we can hopefully tell the story. If these are human remains, we want to know how they were buried.
Your Honor, this is photo 170AA. And Agent, what did you observe in this photograph?
And this is just a closer, now we've excavated that bone that we saw in the last one. So we're getting a little bit deeper around it. We haven't fully excavated it, but we're just getting deeper around it, trying to excavate it. So now you're starting to see flesh. You're starting to see some charred parts of it. And so the team's just attempting to make sense of what is this. It still doesn't have any, we can't associate or identify it with human yet. Our anthropologists can't say it's human yet. So we're just trying to excavate down. Can we get to it? Can we see more of it to try to make those determinations? And another thing just to note is that we have a variety of tools that we'll use to do these excavations. We have shovels, rakes, picks, typically when we're further away from the remains. As we get closer, we'll use smaller things. We have smaller shovels, rakes. We have wooden tools that we'll use. We like to use clay modeling tools. We like to use tongue depressors if we get closer to bone and flesh. So that's kind of the variety of tools that we'll use for these different scenes. But this is just that closer up view of what we were dealing with. But again, at the time, we couldn't make the determination that this was human remains. So we're just trying to get to what this is and excavate it.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170DD as in Delta. And Agent, if you can describe what was going on in this photograph.
So we were finally able to remove those pieces that we saw in the last photo. And these were the first pieces of what ends up being Tylee Ryan that we're able to excavate. And you can see from the photos, it was difficult for us to excavate. And when we finally excavated it, these were the first pieces that we were able to say, these are human remains. And at this point, this was kind of our ending point, or we started wrapping up for the day. And so these human remains ended up going to the coroner. So they ended up going to the coroner's. The coroner removed them from the scene. And then at this point, we knew for sure that site we were just looking at, that's going to be Tylee Ryan's burial site. And that's where we're going to excavate. So we set up a good perimeter now, and we'll come back on June 10th and finish excavating that site and come up with a better strategy or plan to finish the excavation. At this point, it was kind of hard for the team, the entire team. We had more than the ERT team out there, all of law enforcement. It was just, we didn't know necessarily what we were dealing with up until this point. So it was nice to have that final confirmation that these are human remains. And now we kind of stopped for the day knowing that at least we've got the right site. We'll come back tomorrow and fresh, and we'll finish the excavation.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170BB as in Bravo. And Agent, is this just a closer up photo of the last?
Yeah, this is just a closer up photo of those bigger pieces that we were able to excavate that day. And it just shows kind of some of that charring pink flesh, what we were able to remove on June 9th, 2020. kind of close out our day with that burial.
And Agent, what did you see in this photo?
After we removed those larger pieces on June 9th, this is just the photo of what was left in the burial. So this is what it looked like once those bigger pieces were removed. And this would have been what we came back to on June 10th.
And for the record, that's 170LL. And Your Honor, this is 170CC. What was happening in this picture?
And I would just call this more of an exit photo. So now we've kind of wrapped things up for June 9th. And that's just kind of how we started. We were starting to put things away. And then we're getting ready to leave the scene for June 9th.
And Your Honor, this is 170EE as in echo. Agent, what do you see in this photo?
This is going to be the morning of June 10th. So now we're back on scene and we're one of our priorities, we have a lot of priorities, but one of the priorities for June 10th is going to be to finish the excavation of Tylee Ryan's burial site. And in this photo, you can see those orange stakes. The orange stakes is the perimeter I set up around Tylee Ryan's burial site. So that's going to be one of our main focuses for June 10th.
Agent, you had spoken earlier about sifters. Can you see where my mouse is located?
Yes.
Or pointer, I should say. Is that one of the sifting tools you used?
Yes, that's one of our wooden sifters. And on the inside of that, there's a wire mesh. So that's what the sifters look like.
Your Honor, this is photo 170FF. And Agent, what was going on in this photograph?
So this is just showing there's those orange stakes. So that's just outlining kind of the perimeter now of Tylee Ryan's burial site. And that's going to be where her remains are. Now we just need to do that process we've talked about, just kind of layer by layer excavation. And we're just going to try to note anything significant that we find as we go layer by layer down. And we're just going to try to show that story of how we find her inside that burial site.
Your Honor, this is photo 170GG. Agent, what did you observe here?
And now you can see on this one, on one side of the burial site, we were able to excavate pretty deep. And you can start to see a green melted 5-gallon bucket. And then at the very bottom, we finally see something identifiable to us, which was Tylee's skull. And that's what you're basically seeing. On the top portion of that photograph, just something to note was the soil on the top side was, there was a harder substance to it. And I don't know what that was, but it just made it difficult for us to excavate. And what we end up doing is and I don't know if it was concrete or a quickcrete or what it was, but it made it hard to excavate. So we end up getting the backhoe and kind of pulling back that hard substance. And that's kind of what I wanted to show or talk about in that one.
Your Honor, this is photograph 170HH. And Agent, what did you observe here?
Now you can see that we've got around the entire human remains. And this is just we're pedestaling out these human remains. And it's just something really unique. They don't look like human remains. What we end up finding is just kind of this melted mass of remains. And you can see that you can kind of see the edge of the melted green bucket on this photo. And we finally did get to the other side where that harder substance soil was. We got past that, but we're able to at least give you guys an idea of how these remains were buried.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170II. Agent, what did you observe here?
This is just a close-up of that mass of remains. And initially, when we were trying to excavate from the top, not knowing what it was, this is just a good example of kind of why we didn't know what it was. We were trying to excavate this. It felt like it was organic material, but we just couldn't, it didn't make sense to us. Like, this doesn't look like human remains, but it's not dirt. I mean, that was the top part we were trying to get through, and we couldn't make sense of it.
And Your Honor, this is photo 170KK. Agent, what did you observe in this?
And this is just close-up photos of what was identifiable to us. So anytime we see something that we can identify with, we just naturally want to get good photos of that. So this is just closer up shots, the best we could get of that melted green 5-gallon bucket and the skull that was at the very bottom.
And Agent, if you can see my pointer, is this the skull you're referring to?
Yes.
And Your Honor, this is 170JJ. Agent, what is this?
This is just another close-up as best we could. Again, we're trying to get deep in that hole or the burial and get a close-up as best we can in place of that skull. And that's what you're seeing.
Your Honor, this is 17000. Agent, what was this?
And then this is just the human remains, the massive melted remains. At some point, we just had to make the decision. We've excavated as best we could. We've shown everything we can. Now we just need to try to remove those remains. So when the team got in there to remove those remains, they fell apart. But this is just showing that burial with the remains removed.
When you say they fell apart, how did that happen? What was going on when they fell apart?
Well, just as a team of people tried to lift that pedestaled out mass of remains, it literally just fell to pieces. And so then just imagine us all trying to pick up those pieces and put them into a body bag that was placed close by.
Your Honor, this is photo 170NN. Agent, what was this?
And then this is the coroner's body bag that was nearby that burial. And then these are those pieces that were then placed in the coroner's body bag.
Your Honor, 170MM. Agent, what was this?
So once we've removed all of the human remains that we could see in from the burial, we had the anthropologist just go through the remains just to give us kind of a filled inventory of what remains do we have? Does it look like we have everything? As a team leader, we just want to make sure, could there be other burials on the property? Do we have everything? And so the assessment was we have everything that we need from the one burial. And so that's kind of what this was. It was the anthropologist coroner kind of going through the pieces just to give us some feedback as to if we have what we need.
Your Honor, the 170PP. Agent, what is this a photo of?
This is just a closer up photo now of those bricks. So now once we've decided, hey, the human remains were here, this was the burial, let's go ahead and collect those bricks. We still couldn't say that those bricks were on top of Tylee Ryan's grave, but they were close enough. And after what we saw at JJ's grave, we decided to collect those as evidence just in case.
Your Honor, this is photo 170QQ. And Agent, what did you see here?
This was just at the very end after we were done collecting the human remains. We had the backhoe just go a little deeper in the burials in each of them, but this was Tylee's. We had the backhoe just go a little deeper and a little bit wider at the burial, just to ensure that we had everything and we didn't see anything else unusual in the area. And then once the backhoe was done, then we covered the area back up. So we put the animal remains back in and we covered the entire area with backfilled all of the holes that we dug.
Agent, what do you What do you see on the screen?
I see Faro scanner diagrams at the bottom, and then over to the right, there's our ERT photographs in a line.
And can you just describe the relationship between these photographs and the Faro scanning that is pictured?
So the ERT photographs are to your right on this screen. And as we click on each one of the photographs, it's just going to show it's when you click on it, that photograph is going to be blown up in the middle. And then it's going to show a layer. They'll start with layer A. And then when we click on that layer, you're going to get a line in the bottom Faro scanner diagram. And all it's going to show us in the Faro scanner diagram is just an approximate depth for where we are at on that ERT photo, that layer.
And the numbers going down the middle are those, is that?
And that's
What
in
measurement is
the numbers going down the middle is just a depth measurement, and it's going by feet. So 0 to 1 foot, 2 foot to 3 foot.
And at this level, it was approximately 2 feet.
Approximately 2 feet at layer C.
And at layer D
Just under 2 feet.
and at layer E when it was removed.
Still just under 2 feet.
Agent, I'm going to call your attention to what's labeled here as the shed or barn. What is the jury seeing in this photo? And I apologize, Your Honor, that's 170 WWW.
Oh, this is a picture of that garage or barn. And if you were looking from some of those vantage points from the residence, if you walk out of the residence, the back door of the residence, you would see this garage door. So this would be the first big entryway from the residence. So we're about to walk into, it's an overall photo showing the big garage door as you walk into the garage or barn.
And what do you see here?
This is another what we call overall photo of that garage area as you walk inside. And then over to the right, things of interest will be the tools that we're going to be looking at inside this garage. And one of the keys is for me, what I'm interested in, the ERT team's interested in, or law enforcement's interested in a burial site, is what tools could be used to bury somebody.
And Your Honor, that's 170 QQQ. And what did you see here, Agent?
As you walk to that big garage door, which you can see in the photo, and if you just turn right, then you're going to see the tools lined up on the right side of that garage, or it's going to be the south side of the property.
And Your Honor, that's 170 PPP. And what did you see here, Agent?
And this is just a medium shot now of those tools on that same side of the garage. We're just getting a little closer to them.
Right. And that's, Your Honor, that's photo 170000.
And just to inquire, Mr. Wood, are we through the graphic imagery at this point, or is it coming back in?
It would be coming back in. Could we have a very brief sidebar?
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you. All right, thanks, council. On the sidebar there, we just discussed scheduling for today and where the state thought they might want to break for the day. We're going to continue on and bypass the mid-afternoon break so long as the jurors are all okay with that for now. And I think there's kind of an estimate that maybe here in 30 minutes or so we'll be concluding to break till Monday. Is that where you think things will be, Mr. Wood?
Somewhat around there, and Your Honor, I appreciate that. Just based on the court's earlier request of when we'll be breaking, I think that would probably be the best place.
Okay. So if you want to just continue on with direct and given that with our scheduling, is there going to be any more of the graphic photos today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so we can go ahead and just have the monitors or the projection if you publish anything further at this point, and then we'll go back to that further on Monday.
I don't recall, Your Honor, if I had labeled this picture. It's 170NNN.
Okay, not yet. So QQQ, I think, was the last one I had.
And so this is 170NNN. And Agent, can you just describe what you documented there?
So all of those pictures of photos of tools we just looked at, these are the ones that were against that right side of the garage or the south side of that garage or barn. These are the ones we took as evidence. And these are most likely that could have been used in a burial.
And Your Honor, this is 170MMM as in Michael. Agent, what was this?
This is one of those tools we just saw that was taken as evidence, and it's just a pick.
Your Honor, 170LLL. Agent, is that the same pick?
That's the same pick we just saw that was taken as evidence. And this just shows some of the reasons we took it as evidence because of that debris you can see on the blade of that pick and some of the other black marks, on that pick.
And you have your pointer now. Can you point out what
Thanks.
what you're referencing there?
There's some kind of debris on the blade of this pick, and you can kind of see the black, potentially char marks on this pick.
Grounds? Sustain.
Okay.
Just to that part of the response, Mr. Wood.
Your Honor, this is 170KKK. Agent, what is this a photograph of?
This is another closer up picture of two of the shovels that were taken as evidence. And again, you can see that why they were taken as evidence because the shovels are dirty. So it appears that they were used.
Your Honor, this is photo 170UUU. And Agent, what was the significance of that photograph?
As you walk into the garage and if you make a left, these are tools that were collected as evidence that were from the left side of that first entryway of the garage. So we're on the west side of the garage. And then as you walk in the garage right here, you make a left. These tools were in this area. And obviously we're taking tools that could have been used to do something to our human remains we found.
And Your Honor, this is 170V as in Victor. Agent, what is this a photograph of?
This is just an overall photo of some of the tools that were in the west side of this garage. And we didn't take all of these tools as evidence, but we just wanted a picture of a lot of the different tools.
And this is 170 SSS. Agent, what was this a photograph of?
This is just an overall picture of some of the tools that were on the east part of the garage. And these tools were in the southeast corner of this garage. And you can see the man door right here. That door was located on the south side right there.
This is photograph 170 TTT. What was this an image of?
These are those same tools in that same area. From the shovel over to the hoe, these tools were the ones that we actually collected as evidence, just because they could have been tools we thought could have been used to do our burials or other physical damage.
And Your Honor, I need to make a correction on the labeling.
Okay.
This was image 170 TTT. And the last image shown was 170 SSS. And Agent, Your Honor, this is 170 RRR. What was this an image of?
These are bricks that were similar to the bricks that we found near Tylee Ryan's burial site. And we found these bricks over by this shed. And we took a sample of those bricks also.
Your Honor, the court has states exhibits 173 and 172. We'd ask that they be, their physical evidence, we ask that they be brought out, and I believe they'll be coming in by way of stipulation.
Okay, you've,
No objection, Judge.
all right, the defense has reviewed both exhibits 173 and 172. They've been offered and are admitted. I'll instruct the bailiffs to retrieve those and they can be brought into the courtroom.
And while they retrieve those, Agent, what did you do with the tools you collected?
We turned everything over to the Rexburg PD at the end of the both days. So we packaged them on scene and then turned them over to Rexburg PD.
And it probably is obvious, but when you say PD, is that referring to the police department?
Police department.
Okay. And Your Honor, from my understanding, we were going to ask Agent Daniels to approach this table and give him a handheld microphone.
Okay, the witness can approach the table. If you'll stand, of course, on the side furthest from the jurors, facing the jurors, I guess, would be the appropriate place, and we'll get a microphone for you to continue testifying.
Agent, or do you recognize these as states exhibits 173 and 172?
I do.
What are they?
It's the pick from one of the photos we just showed you. And it's the yellow handled and yellow and black handled shovel from one of the photos we just showed you.
And can you unwrap the pick and show it to the jury?
Can you identify which of the two, which exhibit is that?
Oh, I apologize. That is 172.
So this was the pick that we found as you walked into that garage. And then to your right, this was the pick that was to the right. And originally when we found it was in a crate. And then when we removed it from the crate, it was one of the ones we lined up, and you saw a picture of it when it was lined up with a few other items, and we took them as evidence.
And Agent, without stating anything conclusory about what's on that pick, what about that pick drew your attention?
Typically, when we look for tools to take, we'll look for tools that we typically use for burials. And I already kind of mentioned to you some of those tools. We use rakes, shovels, picks, and other items. So this is a pick, so we'll kind of scrutinize those more. And then this one was, we'll just say dirty. So it was dirty. And so that was something that drew our attention. And that would just give it, the lab would be easier to test a dirty item. So those are things that we would look for.
Thank you. And then if you can unwrap State's Exhibit 173 and show that to the jury. If you can explain what that is and why you collected that item.
So again, if you walk into that garage, through the big garage door, off to your right, this was one of the tools that was up against the south side of that garage. And then again, it's just a tool that we typically use when we're excavating, and a tool that could be used for a burial. And then we had already excavated and processed the fire pit. And so it just seemed dirty, a tool that we would be interested in for this scene.
Thank you. And it could be wrapped up again. And Your Honor, that actually went a little faster than what I had anticipated. If leave it at the discretion of the court, I believe I could finish up my direct by 2:30. If the court would like us to do that, I'll leave that up to the court. I understand that we'd still have to bring this witness back for cross. So however the court wants to do that is fine with the state.
Why don't you, well, I guess I can leave it up to you somewhat as well, Mr. Wood. I don't want to. Would it make sense to go another 10 or 15 minutes? Or would that just put it too close to when you want to conclude your line of question?
I think it would probably take about another 40.
Okay. Well, given the schedule and concerns we had today, I think what we'll do is go ahead and recess for the afternoon then, given the time. I appreciate you inquiring on that, Mr. Wood. We will go ahead and break until Monday then, and we'll continue with testimony of Agent Daniels on Monday. As we break for the day, first, I'd like to thank those in attendance for complying with the courtroom conduct order throughout today. And for ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before you break for the weekend, again, I will give you the admonishment you've heard many times before, which is to please not discuss this case at all amongst yourselves or with anyone else. You're not permitted to do that until you begin your deliberations. In addition, avoid any kind of investigation into the case or review of any of the facts of the case from outside sources. If you see the case being reported in the media or otherwise, please avoid paying attention to that. And we'll ask you about that as you return Monday morning with your daily juror affirmation that you've complied. So thanks for your attentiveness today. We're going to recess for the afternoon and we'll begin again on Monday morning with our calendar starting at 8:30.
All right, please. Court adjourned for the day. Back on Monday. That was very. How to explain this? So this testimony, we've heard this before. Obviously, different witness, but again, this is very crucial and important for the jury to see. Could Rob Wood kept on going? He probably could have finished direct in about half hour. There must be some reasoning to why he wants to, probably wait a little bit. Or Judge Boyce says that they should wait until Monday morning to have Steve Daniels return to the stand. There's a lot of information there for the jury. I feel like they are now used to Fridays ending a little bit early. It is 1 o'clock Pacific, 2 o'clock in Boise, so they're ending about half hour early. It's not like a huge difference, but still, that was witness 45, Steve Daniels, special agent with the FBI, part of the emergency response team, and discussing really graphic details at one point about that melted green bucket. Tylee Ryan's remains were found just north of this pet cemetery in the Daybell backyard. We were honed in on Chad Daybell for some time as we heard this graphic testimony to see if there was any reaction exactly. Oh, it's got a comment in all caps. Is there a way to take down the banner in the lower left of the screen? Interesting. We keep that banner up because some people that are tuning in don't know exactly that they're watching the Chad Daybell murder trial. Sometimes it comes off, sometimes it's on. If you don't like the banner, if that's really the thing, it's really not a big deal in my opinion. But anyways, as I was saying, a lot of information in the graphic testimony. We haven't heard as much about JJ in this segment of the testimony, but it really stands out to me that silver charm that said Pura Vida belonging to Tylee Ryan, we know, that was found near the fire pit. And that's what led investigators to finding her remains, her bones, and then near the pond area is where JJ Vallow was found. Not a lot of reaction from Chad Daybell, but all in all, recapping the week, I think yesterday was key testimony, hearing from Chad Daybell's family members, and then following that, having that body cam video play from the Lori Vallow case. That's important to see the mannerisms of Lori as her kids had been missing. And as we talked about at the lunch break, police knew something was up. They've been working with other agencies, specifically Fremont County Sheriff's Office, Gilbert Police. They knew what had happened in Arizona, and this is a small department, Rexburg Police Department. Then I don't know if they knew the gravity or what how bad this was, but they knew that people were not being truthful because Chad Daybell was telling lies, Alex Cox was telling lies at the time, and so I think that they knew that they had to dig deeper, and then they find out that Melanie Gibb was never with JJ Vallow. So why would this person lie? Why would this mom lie about where her kids were? Was she hiding her kids? They were ordered to do this welfare check, and this, became a missing persons case quickly. And the Tammy Daybell death, I think that all came together and started to sound the alarms here, knowing that she had just suddenly died in her sleep, basically. That was a story at the time, and there was no autopsy done. So I think the jury has gotten all those pieces together. It's a lot of information. Once again, they probably have so many notes on what's transpired with 45 witnesses. But this is the tough part. I remember, again, I've told you guys during other live streams that Tom Evans, the alternate juror last year, said whenever they got into this portion of evidence with such graphic testimony, they had barf bags available. I mean, some people just can't. They're seeing the photos and we're not seeing them. I've seen them last year, but the people in the courtroom are the ones that can see these very graphic photos of Tylee Ryan, JJ Vallow, Tammy Daybell. It can be a lot, people who have family members who have young children. This is going to hit them hard. I think there's so much evidence stacked up against Daybell right now. I saw John Pryor go over to Rob Wood and chat with him a little bit. Not sure what he was asking him, but will be interesting to see how he questions Steve Daniels in cross-exam, because this is just all facts. All he can speak to and testify is this is what we found. You find 2 dead kids on Chad Daybell's property. Did Chad Daybell not know that they were buried there? So how is John Pryor going to come up with a defense for that? That'll be interesting. Earlier today, we had some very intense cross-exam for a little bit with retired detective Dave Stubs with the Rexburg Police Department, and we just keep noticing that John Pryor is very transfixed on why police did not get records for Melanie Gibb's phone and David Warwick. Those are 2 friends of Lori Vallow. They were visiting Lori on the weekend of September, around the 19th, I believe, that weekend, leading into September 22nd, the last night that JJ Vallow was ever seen alive. They saw him. So is John Pryor trying to cast some doubt, poke holes in the narrative and testimony, and insinuate that other people may have been involved and take away focus from Chad Daybell, even though the kids were found there? Now, we still haven't heard from Zulema Pastenis, someone that was in the inner circle and with very close to Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow and Melanie Gibb. She was a part of the castings done here in Arizona. She was married to Alex Cox for about 2 weeks, and I was also told who she was in her past life by Chad Daybell. So she was really a part of this this group and a very key witness last year. Okay, let's look at some questions if we have questions. Silver Sleeper is asking what was a time frame from when police went to Lori's house on the body cam to the time the FBI ended up at Chad's house. Okay, so November 26, 2019 is when Rexburg police went to Lori's townhome, if you're asking for like a date time frame. And then shortly after that, Lori and Chad go to Hawaii. They're already married. They're already married at that time, like 2 weeks after they'd gotten married, November 5th, a little more than 2 weeks. And then when FBI and police end up at Chad's property, it's June 9th, 2020. Is that the question? So that's about 7 months or so. Okay. Any other questions, comments on today's testimony? Disney Creative says, I think Chad and Lori assumed the small town mentality would cover them and people would just not notice. Yeah, I wonder what they were thinking as they were coming up with these stories that didn't add up. Did they think about the result of what happened? As for Lori, we can talk about Lori right now. Lori's been convicted last year. What was going through her mind when police came to her door? Did she expect, was she paranoid at all that law enforcement would end up at her doorstep in November of 2019? At that point, she had about 4 months of really no contact with law enforcement. She was caught on body camera video in Chandler, June 11, 2019, talking to police and interviewing about Charles Vallow. She said that he lost it and had become enraged, basically. Talked about this fight with the baseball bat with Alex Cox and what led to the shooting of Charles Vallow. After that, she gets her things together. She moves at the end of August 2019. And then September is when these murders happened. And then about a few months later is when she sees police again for the first time, asking her questions about where her son is. And then later, where is Tylee? So she had to know. She brought up Kay Woodcock, JJ's grandma, and points blame at her as someone who's out to get her. Also says that Adam Cox, her brother's out to get her, and talks about having this big life insurance policy. She's trying to sell a story to police that she's the victim here. She's a good mom. People are causing her trouble. She says people are causing her trouble, and then she also references Alex Cox as her protector. She does not put a lot of focus on Chad Daybell and who he is. Police bring him up as someone like, oh, we've heard of him. His wife, didn't she just pass away? So it's been quiet for a few months for her. And then once we get into December and the missing persons report is out for JJ and Tylee, this goes national. Yeah, I wonder what she was thinking in Kauai. Is this played out? If she really got arrested, she was free for another December, January, February. 3 more months. Man, her year, 2019 into 2020, was a blur. So, I have another question here. Would love to get the body language expert on to see. I was thinking about that, to see what she thought of Chad slumped in his chair today while the FBI agent laid it all out. You know, this is huge evidence today. For the first time, Chad really seen this whole virtual map of his property, outside of the fact that Ray Hermosillo had talked about how they found the kids, and we've seen the body cam video when he's detained. He's seen all this for the first time. The video of him talking to his daughter Emma from the car, and he's kind of smiling, laughing a little bit, doesn't seem to be panicked. But then for him to see graphic photos of Tylee Ryan, to see the evidence found on his property, that's something that we need to really look out for. It's going to get brought up again. It could get brought up again in after cross-examination and redirect. He's got to, like he has already, keep a very stone face. His body language and is very, minimal. But yeah, that's a good idea to bring an expert on again and say, how did he react? How do you think he reacted to something like this? Thanks, Brittany. Looking for Jeremy's question. Is it a conflict of interest of this judge being Lori's judge? I don't think so. Hence why we're here, and there's, you know, really the same case. I think that would have been addressed if that was a potential conflict of interest, and none of either the prosecution or the defense, especially defense, never motioned for the judge to be removed from the case. But that is a good question. Justin, when you start following this case, we started December 21st, 2019. That was one day after Rexburg police announced that the kids were missing and that Lori Vallow wasn't cooperating, or she was a person of interest. It was just a press release at the time, and the missing poster came from NCMEC, National Center of Missing and Exploited Children. So, you know, at the time, I didn't see how we could cover this, being that it was an Idaho case. But then once we started looking into how the family was from Arizona, it started to pique our interest, and then that's how it all started. Was Alex's wife a witness last year? Yes, Zulema Pastenes is Alex Cox's widow. They were married at the end of November 2019. It looks like, according to Chad Daybell's teachings, or what he was hoping for, he wanted the people around him in his inner circle to be married. So here you had him and Lori Vallow married already. Then Lori's niece, Melanie Boudreaux, now Melanie Pulowski, got married to a man she met quickly named Ian Pulowski. He testified last year as well. He's from the Rexburg area. And then Alex Cox had already known Zulema because, you know, they're both in Arizona. Alex would be at Lori's house, vice versa Zulema, and then, you know, they'd go to Zulema's house. They would have these religious gatherings and do the castings that have been brought up in testimony. And then they had them get together, and basically Alex and Zulema got married the same weekend or week, in the matter of 2 days, as Ian and Melanie. So you had 3 pairs. I mean, Melanie Gibb was a part of the group, and she was already with this man, David Warwick, and we know they were looking at property in the Rexburg area, but I don't think that went any further before Melanie and Lori would have their fallout. Okay, and then for those of you wondering why Lori and Chad weren't placed together in this case, so that's what the prosecution wanted. They said that it would be also more cost effective to have them join together in the same case, even though they had been arrested at different points, but they faced the same charges pretty much. There's only a couple of differences in the charges they were indicted for. But what happened was Chad waived his right to a speedy trial, meaning this could go as long as it had to go before trial started. Once Lori was deemed competent, because remember she had the incompetency issue, and she was in a state hospital and had to be restored so she could understand the charges against her and be able to assist in her defense. Once she was labeled competent and arraigned, she decided to not waive her right to a speedy trial. So she had to have her trial within a span of, I believe, 6 months from her arraignment. And it still didn't really happen in exactly 6 months. So being that she was moving quickly into trial and Chad wanted to prepare his defense and wasn't rushing for trial, they made it so that they were, severed. And John Pryor had motion for the cases to be severed. And so that's how they're both separated, and we're basically getting same type of trial again, except you're getting different witnesses depending on their relevance to the defendants. All right, let's see what else we got. Some questions still coming in. Would also love to see if the prosecution will be able to introduce Nate's Hawaii video into evidence. Silver Sleeper, I remember you brought this up. This is coming from Silver Sleeper 484 again. Thank you for tagging me. You're bringing up the video of Nate questioning them. I don't see why they couldn't. I think that would be good for the jury to see. And I think they'll see that poolside video of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell as she was served papers to produce her children in January of 2020. I could see that happening, like it was last year. Kauai PD, that exhibit was shown to the jury. All right, you guys are ready to go. I think you guys have been watching all day, and I appreciate it. I think we have got a lot of comments. Brittany, you're right. We haven't heard from Ron Ball, who's now with Madison County. I think he's the Madison County Sheriff right now, but he was a lieutenant with Rexburg Police, so he has a lot of information. He basically wrote the affidavit when Lori Vallow was arrested in Kauai, basically the probable cause statement to why she needed to be arrested at the time. So that would be a big witness that we have yet to hear from, as is Zulema Pastenis. So we'll see what we get on Monday. We know we're going to continue with Steve Daniels, but now almost 50 witnesses, guys. We're almost there, probably halfway through, about halfway through in the Chad Daybell trial, day 16, wrapping up today. I want to thank you guys for staying on with me, watching and conversing with each other and being respectful as well. Yeah, we haven't seen the storage unit video either from Rexburg, where you see Lori coming in and out and, bringing in all the stuff from her kids, belonging to her kids, the Jeep wheel, the rear wheel on the Jeep that was removed and then put back after the shooting at Brandon Boudreaux's house. So there's a lot that we still have yet to see, and we're ready for it. See you guys Monday morning, 7:30 Pacific time. Stay subscribed to our channel, and see you then.